weekly for Cage is actually in Bondo to ensure that he actually gives you details as in the end folder in Bondo. But coming back to Kisumu, Victor, there are a number of things that we're actually going to report, and one of them is the fact that there's been enhanced security, especially in government installations from our place of work, that is KBC. We've just seen a number of police officers actually being deployed at that particular station. We also seen a number of police officers actually being deployed to man various high-risk government installations in the city. And of course, this is in line with what is actually going to happen at around midday, just to ensure that everything is in tandem with the law, regardless of what, of course, the Supreme Court will actually be announcing. What we also know for a fact that the situation has remained relatively calm here in Kisumu County. Most of the businesses have actually opened. A number of them have not opened for obvious reasons. But Victor, what we have actually seen in a number of places is that most of them have actually opened and they're going about their businesses as usual. And we have also seen just a few minutes ago, after, of course, the announcement that the verdict will actually be given at around midday, we've seen a number of schools releasing students to actually go home. And of course, this is a precautionary measure just to ensure that when they announce, and of course, students and pupils actually will be safer. We also talked to a number of locals here, and most of them have actually expressed the desire to actually maintain peace, not just before, but of course after the announcement of the Supreme Court verdict. So we'll be expecting that they'll actually stick to their promise that they will actually be maintaining peace. And of course, that has been the rallying call from various leaders from this particular region, and of course opinion shapers too. Each and every person, each and every leader who's actually spoken to, calling on the locals to actually maintain peace before, during, and of course after the announcement by the Supreme Court. But of course, we will be watching keenly just to get to see if indeed, of course, that rallying call will be adhered to, or things will change. But of course, we are all praying that things will be calm even after the announcement has actually been done. Regardless of the outcome, of course, everything shall remain calm and peaceful. However, we have a number of locals here who will actually be giving us what they feel, how we are going to carry ourselves, of course, before, during, and of course after the announcement by the Supreme Court. Habari gani ndugu?
Salama sana ndugu yangu.
Naomba niambie jina lako, wewe ni nani?
Mimi naitwa Morris Ocheng.
Wewe ni mkazi wa hapa Kondele?
Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Kondele.
Morris, hadi sasa tunaona kwamba watu wamekaa kwa amani sana na watu wanaendelea na shughuli yao ya kawaida. Wewe kama mkazi wa Kondele, naomba tu uniambie wito wako kwa wakazi wa eneo hili, kwa sababu tunajua hapa ndipo, iwapo mambo hayaendi sawa, hapa Kisumu ndio tunaonanga mambo inaanza kuchacha. Tunaomba wito wako kwa wakazi wa eneo hili.
Wito wangu, mimi kama mkazi wa Kisumu, tuko na amani, na hata ukiangalia unaweza ona tuko na amani, na kila tunatarajia hapa, watu wengi wako na imani na mahakama. Wanajua vizuri mahakama watatoa maamuzi sawa kulingana na sheria yetu ya Kenya. Ndio maana unaona kwa sasa watu wako na amani, watu wanafanya vitu zao polepole, na hakuna vurugu yoyote hapa Kisumu. Tuko na amani.
Vizuri sana Morris. Kwa wale ambao wameogopa na wako makwao, na wale ambao pengine wanafikiria kwamba kunaweza kuwa na vurumai, wewe kama mkazi wa Kondele unawaambia nini? Mimi
nawaambia tukue na imani na mahakama zetu, tujue ile matokeo maamuzi ya watatoa leo watatoa kulingana na sheria na kulingana na evidence walipewa. Sasa sisi kama wakazi wa Kisumu na kwa Kenya jumla, tukae na amani na tungoje hiyo matokeo. Tunajua itakuwa sawa.
Ni muhimu kujua kwamba kuna washindi na washindwa katika mchuano wote. Okay. Vizuri sana Morris. Victor, of course, a very important message from one of the locals here that they have trust in the judiciary, and no doubt they believe that indeed at the end of the day, judiciary will be making a very informed decision based on the fact that was actually adduced in the court of law, in the Supreme Court. So we'll have another local here who will actually give us exactly what he feels about today's ruling. Habari gani ndugu yangu?
Nzuri.
Nataka uonekane vizuri sana, naomba utoe kofia.
Nzuri sana.
Naomba uniambie unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Petition. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kisumu hapa Kondele. Ni mtu wa pikipiki hapa, tutatarajia hapa mambo ya Supreme Court. But tunatarajia na mambo ya Supreme Court ikutolee mambo ya nini? Ikuelezee as a court ifanye nini? Ikuamlie. Kwa sisi hapa Kondele ni wakaaji, tumejua mambo ya vile Kondele nakaa. Tunatarajia tu mambo ya koti yenye taamua tu ndio sisi tutaenda nayo. Sisi mambo ya vita, mambo nini, Kondele saa imetulia. Tunatarajia amani na tunatakia amani ifanye nini? Iendelee tu hivi. Wakaaji wa Kondele tuko tu hivi.
Viongozi wengi wa eneo hili, tukianza na governor, tukianza na MCA, wengi sana wamehimiza wakaazi wa eneo hili watulie kabla na hata baada ya uamuzi wa koti. Wewe kama mkazi wa eneo hili unaona kwamba wakazi wa eneo hili watafuatilia mashauri ya viongozi wao? Uamuzi
wa uongozi wa hapa, sisi tunatakia tu haki na tunataka tu koti ifanye nini? Iangalia haki ya watu. Sio waangalie vikazi wa watu, lakini sisi tunatarajia tuone haki yetu. Tulitoka kupiga kura na tunatarajia kuona haki yetu vile nafaa.
Asante sana Simiu. Simiu, of course, one of the bodaboda riders here in Kondele, of course, just telling locals that even as we await for the Supreme Court ruling, that indeed we must maintain peace and order and of course abide by the law. A very critical message, of course, Victor, that has actually been passed over and over again. However, Victor, I also just want to briefly tell you that one key issue that Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has actually insisted over the years has been the fact that even when people are actually demonstrating, they must ensure that they keep off the CBD. He says that destruction of property, injuring of people, and of course any other untoward behavior works towards harming the very economy of this region. And of course he's not of that opinion, and he's repeatedly called on the locals to actually maintain peace. And even if they want to demonstrate for whatever reason, it must be done within the confines of the law. Just after, of course, the announcement of Deputy President William Ruto as the president-elect, there were a number of or pockets of demonstrations here in Kondele that had actually tried to access the CBD, and of course the groups were quickly neutralized by security agents. And we're not saying that that is going to happen today. However, we are just painting a picture of exactly if someone is actually sitting at home and thinking that probably this is going to burst up if things are not announced in a manner that actually pleases the people of Kisumu County. That is not the case, because many of them have actually come out and insisted that we must abide by the law and must keep peace during and after we are done. Of course, I take you back to Victor.
Last week, the U.S. Ambassador, Meg Whitman, was in Kisumu and held a meeting with Governor Anyang' Nyong'o and security agencies there in Kisumu. And there was a travel advisory which was issued against people traveling to Kisumu and even U.S. citizens working in Kisumu. How do you think, and how did this message sink down with the residents there and even the government?
The travel advisories that were actually issued back. The governor and of course leaders from this region have actually consistently lashed out at those travel advisories. However, they have maintained that there's need for actually to ensure that peace is maintained in this region. So that is pretty very much in order. However, they say that this remains a very peaceful region, and it must be looked in terms of being a peaceful region and not looked in the precincts of course, what the travel advisories have actually been put out there by the U.S. government and other European nations.
Simon Ashola, thank you so much from Kisumu. Please just stand by just in case of anything, and kindly let us know what will happen from the lakeside of Kisumu. All right. Ben Troy, before I hand it over to you, I think it's now time to exit the stage and give it to Regina, who will also sit on this seat to take this discussion to the next level. But for me, it's a good morning. Ben Troy, you can take it over.
Thank you so much, Victor. And I'll begin exactly where Victor and Achola were having a conversation in terms of the travel advisory. And gentlemen, I would like you to dig into this because it's not the first time that we are having these advisories. And the good thing is that as Kenyans, we've always maintained peace during, not always actually, talking about the last two election cycles, this and the last one, we were largely peaceful. And something that always comes up when you talk about Kenya and anything big from Kenya is that if Kenya sneezes, the whole region gets that cold. And I remember, Wakili, you talked about how US had even mentioned Kenya when you talk about the electoral process. What precedent or the jurisprudence that we have in the Kenya, in our country, what can you say in relations to the decisions that we make that not only affect us, affect the region, and maybe a good example or whatever example to the rest of the world?
Thank you, Ben Troy. That's a very good question because Kenya is a big brother, as a matter of speaking, in the region, and by region we mean Africa. And sometimes to the world, because what happens here is really of keen interest for the Western countries because, one, they have a lot of interests around here. The U.S. has the embassy, the U.S. embassy is it should be the largest in Africa. They have a lot of contingent around the logistical issues they deal around the region. It's coordinated from Nairobi. So if Nairobi is catching a cold, then the U.S.'s interests and the region will be affected, same to the Western world. That is one. Secondly, the other East African community, Kenya, as almost one of the largest, as the largest economy, which almost combines the rest of the economies, except now that we have brought DRC now, that is going to change. So the region depends on Kenya a lot, especially as a gateway for goods and services. I was reading the newspaper yesterday and I saw the business, if I'm not so wrong, the business daily saying now business will resume once the decision is given. Mm-hmm. I'm like, why did it stop in the first place? Because they were not voting. They were not voting. Somebody on a container, carrying a container to DRC or to Juba, why should he stop his business? So there's a sense in which even business in the other places is really affected when we are in election, especially the 2007-2008 election. Uganda was really affected. Mm-hmm. And any small thing, I've been in Uganda at some point when Kenya has issues, and it's actually affected more than Kenya. So that means that it's something which they have to hold with bated breath, that, let's hope it goes well so that we continue with our business. Mm-hmm. So that aspect is what it is that we are looking at. The U.S. is a Kenyan friend, and it's important that whatever affects them affects us. So when they see something affect them and they don't have the courage to walk through it the way we have, courtesy of our constitution, I think that is something commendable. Remember, their constitution is very old. Ours is a bit new. It's 2010. And we had some safeguards which actually ensure that we act robustly to some of the things which affect us as a people. Mm-hmm. And it was given birth to after a serious crisis, so we do not need to go back there. As Kenyans, we have to see it through. Mm-hmm. Because in a sense, if anything happens in Kenya, it affects these other people. Mm-hmm. So we need to work as the elder brother. When your elder brother whom you depend on seriously is affected, so your head is not clear. Mm-hmm. So we need, as Kenyans, first to do the right thing, then set up precedent. You see, after us annulling the election in 2017, mm-hmm. Malawi, our good friends to the south, also had the courage to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. So that means we are setting precedent. There was a silent communication from the East African community, people saying, begging Kenyans that please do a fair and verifiable election because we are also looking at you so that we can also be able to task our people to do the same. Mm-hmm. Because there's a way, if we do it right, the other people will be behooved to also do it right. Mm-hmm. So that is I think, something we need to look at.
Yes, and I would also want to pick your mind, Wamboi Shadrach, as well on that, because at the end of the day, you are officers of the court as well. What precedent does that our decisions set? Because in 2017, the world was watching, and after that historic decision, Kenyans, even the countries that were not watching, were like, we need to watch how Kenya conducts itself. And as Gesori has talked about, is that even Malawi, and not only that, Kenya's example, the decision, the bold decision by the Apex Court, is being watched keenly, not only by our East African brothers, but by the rest of the world.
Well, Ben, I mean, to be very fair to ourselves, we have always proved to be first amongst equals. And this, in a sense, should be, I mean, these are conclusions you should arrive at when you reflect on the history of, the governance of this country. Now, remember, if you look at our neighbors, we are probably one of the countries that basks in a lot of glory as far as the respect for the rule of law is concerned. If you visit just our neighbors here, the Ugandans, they have been a subject of so many coups. And in any event, if you're to look at even the current presidency of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he actually assumed these reins of power after a coup was conducted, and then subsequently there has been, lip gloss service on their democracy. There has been some intimation that they actually participate in democratic elections. Well, some people might have a different thought on that as a conclusion. And again, if you go back to our neighbors here in Tanzania, what the Chebukati says is, the final declaration is not up for challenge in any court. In any event,
our brothers in Tanzania.
Our brothers in Tanzania, the Chebukati, once the Chebukati says something, it is a done deal. You cannot question that before any court of law. Yeah, it's cast in stone. So really, when you look at us, we have proved, and this is after the independence. Mm-hmm. Since we got our independence through blood and sweat, we have ensured that we respect our constitutional democracy. In any event, the little attempts that have been there to have a coup probably has been through, the infidelity when it comes to the implementation of our laws, so that we have had regimes that have ascended to power, but through constitutional means, during by use of processes that are not as the ones that have been anticipated in our constitution. So when you want to look at Kenya becomes unique when it is compared to her neighbors. Many countries in this continent have been a subject of so many coups. People who have refused to yield power, people who have always participated in violence and war, go to Gabon, go to Congo, DRC, Congo. We have so many examples. I mean, Africa is just with replete of examples. So that when you want to look at Kenya, you want to look at Kenya from an American point of view. Because our constitution, it's even one constitution that has been applauded. It has received so many accolades, even from our neighbors in America. It has received so many accolades from our friends in India and even in South Africa. So that when you cannot compare us with the likes of Uganda, you cannot compare us with the likes of Gabon, DRC. No. When you want to compare Kenya, you must compare Kenya with its equivalent, which is the United States of America, where there is some respect of the law and the constitution. And that is why probably this must explain the kind of attention we've been receiving. I've been receiving some interviews from media stations in South Africa. They are keen on establishing what is happening in Kenya. Mm-hmm. Remember, even the environment we've created for ourselves, because of our respect to the rule of law, it is what has attracted so many investors into this country. So many people actually flourish in their countries. They flourish in their businesses because of the peace and tranquility that we enjoy as a country or as a people. That is why we have so many South Africans investing in Kenya. We have so many Chinese coming to invest in Kenya. We have so many people from Japan investing in Kenya. We have Americans who are investing in Kenya. And that is why they're even, scaring some of their people. You should not be in Kondele, you should not be in Kisumu, you should not be, because of, they know too well.
Because of their interest as well.
Yes, they know too well that they have invested so much in this country. Mm-hmm. And that is why what we do, our business is part of their businesses. And as you well put it, when we sneeze, they all get a cold. Yes.
And I'll throw this on the other side. I will be coming to you, Wakili, on the Kenyan foreign policy, bearing in mind that, or judging by what has transpired in the last couple of years, just shows how strong our foreign policy is. I'm saying this because looking at the organizations that we've been able to head, IGAD, AU, East Africa Community, and also the non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council, just underscores how strong our foreign policy is, and all eyes are on this judgment, bearing in mind that we even have judges, retired judges from other countries who are just seated there and watching, and of course they're going to write a report on how they have seen how the whole exercise has been. And as Kenyans, we also have another chance to cement ourselves in the annals of history in regards to how we conduct ourselves in this, not only in the judgment, but post-judgment. Maina.
Oh, yes. The significance of Kenya to the global community can never be enough because in the colonial times we were said to be the gateway of the continent and East African region. Indeed, if you look at the various unprecedented verdict that we have made in the Supreme Court for the last 3 presidential elections, is actually a testament of what have actually been adopted by other democracies in Africa. And indeed, I've seen international media houses from advanced democracy complementing this particular electoral process in our country. I saw last night I was reading an article from the New York Times. I saw Washington Post also writing an article in regards to the whole process. And that underpins the interest that these people have seen in our electoral process. That actually shows that our democracy has really grown. I saw them actually comparing the insurrection of 2020 on the Capitol in the U.S. Capitol, where there was the conservatives trying to dispute the elections through the unorthodox means, and they were comparing the experience then with how Kenya is handling its electoral outcomes. That is in 2017 and also 2022. That is the kind of maturity that Kenya has come into. And I must say that our constitution has really helped us in actually getting this global respect and also the regional respect from our peers in the region. And that is the kind of direction we should take as a country. Even in terms of the economy, we need to take the direction that our democracy has taken, where we have diversity in terms of the products that come from our country, and also how we govern our commercial sector, so that vibrancy can be realized and we can be able to have the strength that comes with the vibrancy of the economy. Where we are heading to, my brother Troy, is that there might be a unification of the East African region in some years to come. In fact, the drafting of the constitution of the East African Federation is underway. I think it was supposed to be out by 2023. So if as a country we get it right, how we govern ourselves and how we conduct our commercial sector, then it means even when we unify as a region, we are going to be having an upper hand in that unification in regards to offering leadership at the governance level and also at the economic level. And that's where we should head as a country. The Kenyan foreign policy is as vibrant. Remember, we have a concrete foreign policy that is documented. I think it is one of its kind in the African continent. And I think even as the next president comes, we can only improve on that foreign policy or make it even better, so that as a country we can have a country that is respected at the global level in terms of offering direction from the sectors of security, peace, and also the economic level. Because as of now, we are seen to be a regional superpower, but continentally and globally, we are still identified as a developing nation. How do we move from that status of a developing nation to a continental superpower and a global partner with the developed nation? It's by having a vibrant economy. And a vibrant economy comes with building an inclusive economy, irrespective of the strength of the enterprises that we might be holding as individual population in this country.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Maina Karobia, for your time and your insight. We have been here with you since we began this broadcast some minutes to 7, and of course that is quite impressive. Thank you so much for your insight. That has been Maina Karobia, who is a governance and leadership expert, and has been actually assisting us in putting things into perspective as we wait the big judgment. We are just an hour shy of that judgment, and the Apex Court did send earlier this morning, notice on that, and said that at exactly noon is when they will be giving us that judgment. And now we have new energy, new strength, and we are also trying to get that gender parity. And we are now joined by Regina Manyara. Good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Troy. Indeed, you have been holding forth all the way from the crack of dawn, and we're here to support you. Remember, all eyes are focused on the Apex Court as well. Put 1 hour to go. We'll know which direction the country is going to be taking in terms of matters of leadership and, governance, so to speak. And it's definitely going to have a ripple effect in as far as Kenya moves forward, matters of business as well as our international relations. And I like what our guest, the political analyst, this is Maina Karobia, said, that in the next few years, we are likely to see a unification of the East African community, as it were, and Kenya needs to cement its place as the center of it all in as far as matters of politics are concerned. Just to remind you that we welcome your feedback. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. Now, as all eyes are focused on the Supreme Court and its decision that it's yet to be made in the next 1 hour, let's take you down to Dagoretti, where our reporter Beatrice Getonye is covering, the CBC classroom, so to speak, with Cabinet Secretary there, Professor George Magoha. Good morning, Gatonye. How are you?
Thank you very much, Regina Manyara and Ben Troy in studio. I'm coming to you live from Dagoretti High School, where Professor George Magoha was here, the Education Cabinet Secretary. He was here to open 2 classrooms. As we all know, the CBC transition is happening next year, and grade 6 learners are expected to join junior secondary. And the CS has been busy running up and down, ensuring that the classrooms that had not been built are actually being built. And he says by Friday, the 20,000 classrooms will be ready, both in public and private schools, ready for learners come next year. He says the next government that will be coming in will find all systems go in terms of the CBC transition. And he says, as we know, in a few hours, the country is awaiting the Supreme Court verdict. CS Magoha says, however the outcome goes, or whatever the decision will be, he doesn't see it affecting the school calendar. And he further says that in case the political players decide to extend their time, there will be more consultation on how the education sector will continue operating. But he says he doesn't foresee any major challenges in terms of the students and people's going on with their studies. He says the school calendar come next year, it gets back to normal. As we all know, due to COVID-19, the school calendar was a bit affected, and in 2023 is expected to normalize. And he says he doesn't see any major challenge in terms of the verdict that will be given today affecting those plans. Otherwise, the CS, as we all know, he's been running up and down, ensuring that the learners, especially the grade 6 who will be transitioning next year, will find all the classrooms ready. Here at Dagoretti High School, The students are going on with their studies. They are in class, and as you can see behind me, it's their break time. I think they're going for a cup of tea, and with the Supreme Court verdict being awaited, the schools are going on and the studies are going on. And earlier on, we were at a secondary school just here in Dagoretti, and the students are in class, calm and studying. So that's what I can say as of now from the CS Magoha, and even as the country awaits for the Supreme Court verdict. Back to you in studio, Regina.
Yes, thank you very much, Gatonya, for that update in regard to where we are when we talk about transiting into the CBC, that is a competency-based curriculum, their way of learning. What we know is that the tests that are going to be rolled down under CBC will entail a balance between formative and summative assessments. So in layman term, it means that students have technically already sat for the school-based assessment in grade 4 and 5 and are now sitting the last batch of tests ahead of the December national examinations. Now, the end of primary education national assessment will be administered by the Kenya National Examination Council at the end of grade 6 with a total weight of only 40%. So this is ongoing, and there's been a lot of talk in regard to what Cabinet Secretary of Education in charge of education there, that is Professor George Magoha, has been doing for the last few weeks, and especially a day when it seems that, operations are half and half as Kenyans expect that particular ruling to be made in an hour. So he's been crisscrossing the country, ensuring that at least the 1.25 million students that are expected to be taking the exams as of December this year get to do so in a new infrastructure. Well, we'll be speaking that as we continue just looking at what we expect ahead of the Apex Court ruling that is set for noon this afternoon. Now, O'Brien, take it away. Just to give us a quick summation of what key issues the 7 judges are going to be looking at this afternoon, or rather have been looking at.
Well, thank you, Regina Manyara. Actually, in the morning, we looked at the 9 issues that were presented before the Apex Court that they are supposed to use to determine their judgment. And of course, we went through them, quite lengthy. Last week, we saw the presentation by various legal councils representing Azimio Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja. And of course, now today, we expect now the Apex Court to give us a verdict on what they have agreed or what is the way forward. And of course, the countdown has started. And when I look at the clock, the 1 hour countdown is already underway. We are talking about 2 minutes have already elapsed and about 50 seconds. So the clock is still ticking, and the whole country is now waiting and watching what would definitely to hear from the Supreme Court in Milimani. Of course, as we were telling you, the security around the Milimani Law Court has been beefed up with restricted movements for both vehicles as well as human beings. And so that is a sign that it's all systems go there. We have our reporters there who are on the ground, of course, tracking the happenings, not only here in Nairobi, but we also have our team in Nyeri, in Uasin Gishu, in Kisumu. We have just seen our reporter there, Simon Achola, giving us an update. We have also seen our reporter in Uasin Gishu, as well as Kirinyaga and Nyeri. They are tracking the happenings there so that we can get to understand the reactions from the residents of these areas. And the reason why the 4 areas are critical. Remember, Kisumu is the stronghold is actually seen as a stronghold for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, that is Raila Odinga. While in Gishugu constituency, that is in Kirinyaga County, that is where the home of his running mate, Martha Karua. And in Nyeri, we have the Kenya Kwanza running mate, Mr. Gashagwa, that is where he hails from. And in Uasin Gishu, the Sugoi, in Sugoi, that is where we have the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, William Ruto, the president-elect, he hails from there. So those areas are very critical. And of course, our reporters are there so that they can give us an update on how the people will react to the Supreme Court verdict. But I want to take you through the 7-judge bench and try to help you understand who are they, and what is their background, so that you can clearly understand who they are, even as they make that very much awaited decision. And so we start off with the president of the Supreme Court of Kenya, that is Chief Justice Martha Koome. She was born in 1960 in Kithiu village of Meru district. Back then we used to have districts, we never used to have counties. That was in the 1960. That was 3 years before we achieved or we attained our independence or self-rule from the British. And so in 1986, that is about he graduated with a Bachelor's of Law from the University of Nairobi, and in 1987 he was admitted to the bar to be an advocate of the High Court after going through the Kenya School of Law, which is mandatory for any lawyer practicing in Kenya. And in 2010, she graduated with a Master's of Laws in Public International Law from the University of London. And why this day is very critical, remember, this is the day that Kenya promulgated its constitution, and she was a member, or she played a critical role in ensuring that this constitution was delivered in 2010. In 1988, she began her legal career as an associate of Madhenge and Mushemi advocates here in Nairobi. And in 1993, she started her own law firm, that is Martha Koome and Company Advocates, and she became a managing partner in 2003. She was going to serve that position for another 10 years, and from 1993 to 2003. So in 1996, she served as a council member of the Law Society of Kenya. She's one of the people who is credited with bringing the vibrancy of the Law Society of Kenya, with, among others, Gitobu Imanyara and other people, who are critical in shaping the legal fraternity in this country. And she partnered with many other people, including the senior counsel, Paul Moite, who we just saw the other day. And so she has quite a big profile there. And she has also served as a chairperson of the Federation of Women Lawyers, FEDA, where she was important.
Before you continue giving us, the bios of the 7 judges there, just to point to some of the pictures of what is happening at the Supreme Court. We see various councils have already started, arriving at the Milimani. Those are just live pictures that are coming to you there. Well, as you can see, we are less than 1 hour away from the delivery of that judgment. We have tried to just do a preempt. What are we likely to see? And from our eminent panel that we have in our studio is that there are only 2 ways that this could go. It's either a nullification or the election is upheld. And we all know if it's... we are looking at the upholding of that particular election, then we have 13th is the date, so to speak, for a swearing in. However, in the event of a nullification, we are likely to be looking at, in legal terms, either a rerun or a runoff, so to speak, one including the the petitioner and the main respondent there, that being President-elect William Ruto and Azimio flag bearer Raila Amolo Odinga, or the other might include the rest of the 4 candidates. But we are waiting to see. It's under an hour and we're here. Now back to you, O'Brien.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what we are doing here. We just we are in studio. We are at the Milimani Law Courts just to observe what is happening there, and so we'll be crisscrossing over these critical places so that we can keep you updated on what's happening there. So we are still going through the profile of the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, that is Chief Justice Martha Koome. And so in 2012, she was elected the chairperson of Kenya Magistrate and Judges Association. And fast forward in 2021, she was shortlisted for the Chief Justice position to replace David Maraga, whose tenure came to an end. And apparently, she managed to clinch the position, becoming her nomination was actually approved by the Parliament Committee on Legal Affairs, and she became the 15th Chief Justice and the first female to occupy that office in independent Kenya. So in 2021, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, as I told you, vetted her and recommended her. And so President Kenyatta appointed her as she took her oath of office at State House in Nairobi on May 21st, 2021. And 2020, and in the same year, that is May 24, 2021, she assumed office at a ceremony that was held at the Supreme Court building. So that is a brief of the Chief Justice Martha Karambo Koome, who is the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Let's now go to the other lady who is critical in today's decision, and we are talking about none other than the Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya. That is who? Very good. Philomena Mwilu. She was born in 1958, and her career spans for over 35 years. In 1984, she began practicing law in Muthoga, Gaturu and Company, and later transferred to Mutunga and Company Advocates. In 1991 to 1997, she was a senior legal manager at Jubilee Insurance Company, serving in that capacity from 1999 to 2000. She was a board secretary of the Electricity Regulatory Board of Kenya, which actually was succeeded by the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. In 2006 to 2007, she was the deputy chairperson of the Energy Tribunal. And in 2007, she was a board director of Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. In 2008, she was appointed High Court judge, first serving in the Commercial Court Division in Nairobi, and later moved to the High Court in Eldoret. In January of 2012, she was appointed the head of the Environment and Land Division of the High Court. In October 2016, she was shortlisted for the position of Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya after the holder of the position, Justice Kalpana Rawal, attained retirement age of 70 years. Justice Mwilu emerged tops in the interviews, and the Judicial Services Commission picked her to hold the office of the Deputy Chief Justice. In 2017, she was part of the 7-judge Supreme Court bench that had and determined the 2017 presidential election, which was headed by Justice David Maraga, who retired. And, of course, the court nullified President Uhuru Kenyatta's re-election and ordered for a rerun.
Now, O'Brien, before you actually wind up there, just giving us a feel of exactly who is going to be or who is forming the 7-judge bench, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Well, let's take you down to Mombasa County, where we're joined by our very own Junaid Karisa to bring us up to speed with what is happening as Kenyans await that particular verdict on the presidential petition. Good afternoon. It's still morning. Junaid, how are you?
Good morning, Regina. I'm at the Kenya Ferry Likoni crossing channel, and I'm joined by the residents just to give me a feel of their expectations upon the 12 noon verdict by the judgment by the Supreme Court. Tueleze tu unaitwa nani na matarajio yako ni yapi pole?
Nataka nishukuru kwa nafasi hii kwa majina. Nathan Mokaya. Naomba kwamba yale matokeo tunayongoja kutoka kwa Supreme Court, uamuzi ule utakaotoka uwe wa haki na kweli, si haki ya mwanadamu bali haki na kweli ya kutoka juu mbinguni. Tutashukuru na kuipokea na kuendelea mbele.
Ungewahimiza Wakenya nini wanaposubiri?
Wakenya wawe na amani na utulifu. Wakenya msibabaike kwenda kukimbia barabarani. Wanasiasa ni marafiki kule wako, na sisi tubaki kuwa marafiki hapa chini, tuendeleze Kenya yetu mbele.
Sawa, asante. Karibu sana dadi. Tueleze tu waitwa nani na matarajio yako leo ni yapi?
Mimi naitwa Mr. Jabeso Kwany. Kulingana na matarajio yangu kutokana na hii kesi ambayo iko kwa koti, sisi kama wapiga kura tutaipokea vile itatokea. Mtu yeyote ambaye atatangazwa kwamba ameshinda, sisi ni Wanakenya tunataka tufanya na yeye.
Pengine una vipengele vidogo ambavyo ungependa Supreme Court kwenye judgment iweze kugusia?
Mimi ningependa ya koti kuu ya Supreme Court ya kwamba they should follow the haki, the rightness of the ya court. Wasijudge bila weighing other side, lakini the justice, all we need is only the justice to be done to the Kenyans.
Asante. Kwa rai pengine wakaaji wa Mombasa wanaposubiria?
You know, Mombasa is a peacemaking town. Always we believe in peace, and whatever shall come out, we shall simply exercise our peace as usual.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
Dadi, waitwa nani pengine na leo hii matarajio yako? Je, una vipengele ambavyo ungetaka ile judgment iweze kugusia?
Yes, kwa jina naitwa Mohamed Ahmed Hassan, na hudumu kama Secretary General wa National Kenya kitaifa kwa madaktari wa tiba za kiasili Kenya. Kwa ujumla, matarajio ambayo nayatarajia leo ni matarajio ya ule ushindi ambao uko wazi. Kwa hivyo ningependa mahakama isiangalie kipengele chochote ambacho ni cha kuridhisha wananchi, isipokuwa iangalie uhaki na usawa. Pale uhaki uko na usawa, basi itekeleze.
Wakaaji ungewaraji?
Wakaaji ningewarai wawe watulivu na wakubali sheria na katiba ya nchi.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Asante mzee wangu. Nimalizia naangalia tu kamera iliyoko mbele yako. Kipengele, nipe story. Kipengele kipi?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Malik Chelimo, mzaliwa wa Trans Nzoia, mkazi wa Mombasa tokea 2013. Na Mombasa kwa hakika ni mji wa amani. Na kile tunachotarajia kutoka kwa Supreme Court, tutolee tu haki na tuendelee kuwa na amani.
Kuna kipengele ni kipi ambacho ungependa kiangaziwe zaidi?
Kile ningependa kiangaziwe sana sana, especially hii mambo after every 5 years tunarudi kwa mambo na kesi. Tungetaka hiyo kitu hiyo kidogo sugu itolewe kabisa. Kama ni uchaguzi utakafanyika, ifanyike bila mambo zingine.
Huenda kesi ikasema kwamba pengine rais na naibu wa rais hakushinda na pengine kuna uchaguzi mwingine. Wewe ungeweza kulipokeleaje jambo?
Tuko tayari kwa vyote vile, maana mahakama ya upeo na mahakama ya mwisho, na tutapokea kwa njia yote inayofaa.
Asante sana dadi. Asante sana. Waitwa nani?
Naitwa Jackson, mkazi wa Mombasa na kiongozi wa vijana.
Tupe matarajio ya kwanza, nipe story. Vipengele gani ama ni kipi ambacho unaona kinafaa kuangaziwa zaidi kwenye ile judgment itakayotolewa?
Commission ya IBC. Mimi sina shaka mahakama ya juu itafanya kazi yake na itatoa uamuzi kulingana na sheria. Sisi kama wa Kenya tuko tayari kupokea uamuzi wowote ule ambao mahakama ya juu itatupatia sisi kama wa Kenya.
Je, unaona kwa mtazamo wako IBC ilifanya mukshili yote?
Kulingana na mimi commission ya IBC ilifanya kazi yake. Sasa hizi zingine mimi naona ni kama ni commission tu ilifanya kazi yake kama vile commission yote ile inafanya kazi.
Ndurusu wa mwisho, dadi, waitwa nani? Na kuona na mzigo kweli, pole kwa kuchoka, jua ni kali kweli. Naomba uangalie kamera tu iliyoko mbele yako. Waitwa nani na leo watarajia vipi mambo na Supreme Court?
Mimi naitwa Paul Akelo Barasa. Na matarajio yangu katika Supreme Court na tarajia ile uamuzi wa court ndio mimi nitafuata, kwa sababu sisi hapa nje tulimaliza. Imebaki mambo ya court. Supreme Court ikitoa uamuzi, sisi kama wananchi tufuate. Tusije tukawatu wafujo, kwa sababu hali ya Kenya ni hali ngumu dada.
Himizo lako la amani pengine kwa wakaaji wanaposubiri hiyo judgment saa 6 kamili?
Mimi naomba wananchi wenzangu wawe wapole, kwa sababu hali ya Kenya yetu imeharibika. Sisi tusije tukatoa uamuzi ubaya na ile hali koti imemaliza.
Asante sana. Hayo tu dadi, pengine unamalizia wito wako?
Mimi nakubaliana na huyu mwenzangu. Nataka iwe uchaguzi hiyo uamuzi iwe ya watu wana imani wa amani na wakubali uamuzi utakayotokea. Pande huu ama pande wale wataambiwa ni wao, mwingine akubali matokeo.
Asante dadi kwa kutuongelesha. Hayo tu ni matamshi tu ya wakaaji wa hapa katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Their clarion call still remains peace for most of the residents of Mombasa. So we have been just walking over, just getting a feel of how the business community is looking like here in Mombasa County. Most businesses have opened, give it like 80% of the businesses in Mombasa have reopened and are waiting, of course, how the day unfolds when it comes to that verdict. And life is as normal as it can be. The normalcy here is being experienced as normal as it can be, and they're just waiting, and hopefully that most of the judgment that will be delivered will be in their favor. This is a cosmopolitan town. It has been perceived as an ODM stronghold. However, we have seen that the peace has been maintained since the August 9th general election results were relayed, and we are expecting that even after today's ruling, the same peace will be upheld. So back to you in studio, Regina, as I continue to have a chit-chat with the residents of Mombasa.
Thank you very much, Junaid, there, just giving us a brief in regard to what is happening down in County 001. The Kenyans even imploring on their brothers and sisters to continue maintaining peace, a peace that we have witnessed since August 15th there, when we had Wafula Chebukati, the IBC chair, actually pronounce, or rather make the declaration that made that William Samoei Ruto is president-elect. Now we cross over to County 027 in Uasin Gishu, precisely Eldoret, where you can see on our screens there, that's our reporter Timothy Kipnusu, who is ready to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Eldoret. Good morning, Timothy. How are things down in Eldoret?
A very good morning to you, Regina Manyara, there at the Broadcasting House. Yes, indeed, I'm coming to you live from Uasin Gishu County. This is the home county of the Deputy President, the President-elect William Samoei Arap Ruto, and we have been traversing a number of places here in Eldoret, and generally the area is calm, but a number of residents are waiting with bated breath to understand what will be the verdict from the seven-judge bench. Remember that 349,863 residents of Uasin Gishu went to the ballot to elect their leaders, and William Samoei Arap Ruto garnered 272,868 votes, with his closest competitor Raila Amolo Odinga getting 76,009 votes among the 506,138 registered voters from Uasin Gishu County. And generally, just waiting to get to understand what will be the verdict. A number of them say that whatever the judgment that will be given by the IBC, they will really welcome and continue with their lives, as this is a time when economy, they're crying about the economy, the cost of living, and they want leaders to get to their office and start working. And joining me is the Catholic Bishop Dominic Kimingich, and I understand they had a meeting with the spiritual leaders, perhaps to give a message to Kenyans about just embracing peace. Many thanks indeed for joining us, Bishop. What is your assessment of the seventh judge bench and how things are panning out?
We are all waiting with a lot of expectation that the seven-judge bench will definitely deliver their judgment in accordance with the facts and the truth. And that is what we expect from them, that they will make a decision which is really based on the real facts and on the truth. And this is also what our people are expecting, because that's the only way in which people will be able also to accept whatever judgment they will make, and they will want to move forward with their lives. So we are waiting eagerly for that judgment, and as you have mentioned here in Uasin Gishu, the people really are waiting eagerly because they want to hear that decision and be able to continue with their lives. Yes.
But perhaps what's your message to Kenyans? Actually, the Uasin Gishu County, remembering that it was mentioned as a hotspot area. Generally, when election was announced, William Ruto was announced as the president-elect, we saw those calm, even in other counties. Perhaps what's your message to people of Uasin Gishu, whichever the outcome from the seven-judge bench?
Well, what I would like to urge our people is to continue with the same peace. We voted peacefully. We waited for the tallying, we got the results in a very peaceful manner. So we want to maintain that peace, because there's no reason why people should say this is a hotspot. Let it be a hotspot of peace, not a place where people will will cause chaos or anything like that. As you already know, even the president-elect himself said he will accept whatever verdict will be said. So I think that is very important for our people to remain calm. After all, these elections will come and go, and we'll continue with our lives. So my message is that let us maintain our peace, let us maintain our calmness, let us continue with our lives as we wait for the verdict. Yes.
Perhaps your message to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, because anytime we go to the election, we always have a number of leaders poking holes on the electoral process. What is your message to the IEBC and, of course, being an independent body that conducts election in Kenya?
Well, being an independent body, I believe IECB tried to do their best. Of course, just like any other institution, any other body, there's nobody who is perfect. And also using all these, even you rely on so many other people, they rely on technology. So definitely there could be some mistakes here and there. But as an independent body, we have to respect IECB. And if there are reasons, major reasons why maybe they didn't do their work, then that should be looked at. But as an independent body, we have to respect IECB and let them continue with the mandate which Kenyans have given them to conduct general elections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Perhaps your parting shot?
Well, let us remain peaceful. Let us wait calmly. It will be in the next 1 hour or two. We will know the verdict, whether the president-elect now will be declared the winner and he will continue now to be the 5th president of Kenya. Or if there's any contrary decision, we'll wait and see. Yes, but for us as Kenyans, let us remember that we are Kenyans. We have to maintain our unity. We are one family. We are one nation. Let us not allow all these things to divide us or to bring any animosity between our people. Let us live together and continue with our lives together. Yes.
Many thanks indeed for talking to us, KBC Channel 1. There you have it, Regina. That is Dominic Kimengich, the Catholic, Eldred Catholic Archbishop, just making his remarks concerning the wait-and-see situation from the 7-judge bench. And of course, the most important thing is that Kenyans should remain peaceful, whatever the outcome. If the 7-judge bench will annul or affirm the win of Deputy President or the President-elect William Samoei Arap Ruto. A number of residents say they are tired of waiting and they want to go back to business, and they are saying that whoever will be elected or whoever will be mentioned as the president or whatever, if they are going to the ballot again, they say they will really welcome that idea, just to ensure that we have the president. The most important thing also they say is whoever becomes the president doesn't matter at all, but the leaders who have been elected down there, ranging from the governor, senator, woman member to the National Assembly and the member of County Assembly, those are the people they are focusing on to ensure that they have development in this particular country. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to studio, Regina Manyara.
Now, before I let you go, Timothy there, and I know you're going to be keeping tabs awaiting that particular verdict to be delivered at noon. A quick question to the bishop there. What is his take in regard to, the role that the church, or rather the religious sect has played in regard to the August 9th polls? Maybe you can just ask the bishop that question.
We really wanted you... Are you related to the secularists?
Well, we will be getting feedback in regard to what the bishop there has to say in as far as the conduct of the religious sect has had run up to the elections and even during the elections, and such at a time when we have heard from various denominations they are calling for Kenyans to remain peaceful as they have been. We will be getting to that. Now, some of the shots that you're seeing on screen are just live shots from Milimani there, where the Supreme Court anytime from now, actually exactly 32 minutes from now, is going to be delivering their verdict on the presidential judgment there. Now, to just give you a list, the petitioner, that is Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition, had a list of 42 lawyers who were litigating on this matter, and they were led, this team, the legal team, was led by senior counsel and Governor-elect there, James Orengo. He led this particular team that comprises of Feroz Nurwarji, then Philip Murgo, as well as Okongo Mogeni. Also in that particular team, and I can see we have just seen Tom Omolo there actually cross over. This is part of the Azimio legal team. There are 42 lawyers there contracted for this particular matter. Under the case management team, we had lawyer Paul Mwangi, we had Jackson Awele, Julie Soweto, Velma Mauri, Professor Shihanya, Fred Orego, Dan Manzo, as well as Tom Masharia there. Just a slide past there. We saw that is Dan Manzo there, who just crossed there in that particular screen. That is just some of the Azimio team of lawyers there. And as far as the Kenya Kwanza team is concerned, they contracted 54 lawyers in for this particular petition, and they were led by senior counsel Fred Ngatia, leading a team of 4 first. That is Kioko Kilukumi, we had Kirago Githenji, and Professor Kithure Kindiki. Also, a part of the team, and as far as the case management aspect is concerned, included prominent counsels like Katwa Kigen. This particular team by Kenya Kwanza also featured ICT professionals there. Just to look at, the 50, we had Raymond Bett, Edmond Kiprotich, Geoffrey Rono there, Geoffrey Koech, Duncan Kichamu, who is a statistician. And as we have seen in the dailies even that we have captured, that have been captured, and the headlines there is that it's been an issue around ICT-based, the process vis-a-vis the tally, and ICT has been adversely mentioned. What you're seeing is, I think, the team from the Kenya Kwanza team there, as well as Gideon Wegai there, former AG there, walking in with a team of counsels there. And that particular had made some light moments, and we began this particular petition there. And those are some of the color that we saw as we continued the coverage of the supreme battle there, so to speak. Either way, in the next 29 minutes, we are likely to see, we are seeing Wajakoya there with his durag also joining in. You can see this, we are 29 minutes to go, and we are likely to know which way the axle is going to land in as far as the presidential petition 2022 is concerned. I would want to quote some legal counsels there, what they have had to say in regard to, how confident they are of a supreme victory. And I want to quote Mahat Somane. And he has been, very key in representing the IEBC there, and says there were no foreigners and no form displayed on the IEBC portal that was not the original, which includes security features. There's been conversation. What has been put on the IEBC portal? Is it a factual? Is it not? Is it a fake? And as by the end of Friday, we had several, hashtags trending on Twitter there, at least so to speak, about Jose Camargo there, who apparently was a name that was adversely mentioned during that particular petition. I'd also want to quote George Morogo, who said that IEBC chairman has made considerations of his staff who are facing arrests and intimidation and decided not to wait another day. This was a question in which IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati found himself the crook, so to speak, in regard to the challenge in the manner in which he made the declaration after the August 9th polls. Now, Zerhabu Johan Mohammed said the Constitution talks about the commission, not the commissioners or the chairperson. He cannot be equal than others. That's a question in regard to matters of the IEBC and way forward. And we have our guests here who have been chipping in and giving their views in regard which way forward as far as IEBC is concerned. And I'm talking about constitutional lawyer Shadrack Wamboi as well as Gibson Gesore there. The question of IEBC, is this where we draw the line? Are we going to change in as far as the electoral law is concerned? After we saw what happened, we have 4 dissenting commissioners. We have a chairperson who, though criminal charges have not been leveled against them, there's been talk around, especially with the petitioner, saying that he should be found culpable of malpractice and that. But by end of today, that is exactly 26 minutes from now, we will know the direction in which we'll take in as far as the August 9th petition is concerned. From the screen, security is quite beefed up at Milimani, as you can see there. And also, there was a communication made earlier in regard to the roads that are going to be blocked just to ensure that this particular process runs simultaneously and seamlessly there. And it was made public, and including KBC Channel 1 actually carried that story to just enable you as a Kenyan citizen go by your duties, being asked to remain peaceful and calm as we let the 7-judge bench, they're led by none other than Chief Justice Martha Koome, tell us which direction the presidential petition is going to take. And just to bring back this conversation back to studio, and I'd want to engage our 2 guests here just as we wait to see if there's any activity that we are likely to see from the screens that you're seeing. First one, we showed you that this was a security, the Supreme Court, where is going to be has been sitting for the last 14 days or so, pre-trial, deciding what key issues are going to be decided. They settled on the 8th, and now there are only 2 options. It's either a nullification or a validation, upholding the elections as well. And each have ramifications in as far as leadership and governance of this country is concerned. What you're seeing is that it's down to 24 minutes before we have the Supreme Court session on, where we're waiting to have that verdict given there. From the screens, you can see councils continue getting into the chambers there. This was quite a petition, so to speak, each side not taking any chances with first petition and second petitioner there, hiring at least 42 lawyers led by senior counsel James Orengo there, while on the other side, one of the respondents, that is Kenya Kwanza there, engaged 54 lawyers led by senior counsel Fred Ngatia there. And we have been treated to quite legal matters, so to speak, having to learn a little bit of legalese during this time. Now, I want to bring back the conversation, but we'll continue keeping tabs on what is happening there at the Supreme Court, and also looking at the security between the CBD. What our reporters on ground have shown right now is that it's business as usual, though a majority of Kenyans are not within the central business district. A majority of them, I am guessing, they're either home just waiting to see what is going to happen after noon or at noon. Now, Gibson Gesore as well as Shadrack Wamboi, I'd want to pick your brains in regard to what is in your opinion, let's start off with you, Gibson Gesore. What is your opinion of how the media has carried itself during the coverage of the August polls up to now, as we speak? Do you think we have done a fine job in comparison, especially to 2007, 2008, and 2017? Gesore, let's start off with you.
Thank you so much, Regina. That's a very interesting question. The media has really done a good job. Done a good job in a sense that they have been part of the partnership in this electoral process, trying to bring the nitty-gritties or the information as it comes from the IBC or wherever it's happening. And that is something we need to actually shine light upon and say that people have spent tireless, quite a big amount of time trying to cover the election. I remember you were at Bomas, you never slept, you were telling me how tedious it was. It means that's a sacrifice you gave so that we could get the news of what was happening from the tallying center. And there were several journalists across the country, both local and international, who really burned their midnight oil to actually bring to Kenyans what is happening and where it's happening from. And looking at that sense of patriotism, that sense of being alive to duty is something which we need to commend you for. And we ask that you don't look back on that, because we really count on you so that we can be able to know or hold the government accountable, IBC accountable, and actually for news. Those are very important aspects, because once you have that, they say information is power, and you actually relay that in the best way possible.
Thank you for that vote of confidence. Before I hand over to, Shadrack Wamboi to give us, his thoughts in regards to media coverage of the election to now. What you're seeing on screen is that this is the inside of the Supreme Court, the makeshift court area from Milimani, where we are expecting any minute from now. It is down to 21 minutes to noon there. We're expecting that the 7-judge bench led by Martha Koome there, this Chief Justice Martha Koome, is going to be sitting and will be delivering its verdict in regard to the August presidential petition there. What you're seeing on your screen, we're seeing some counsels there from the Kenya Kwanza team. We're seeing Professor Kithure Kindiki there, as well as IBC lawyer Mahamat Somane there, who's been very vocal in defending the IEBC, saying that there were all the forms that were displayed by the IEBC portals were all original there. Also further on, I think I can see a lawyer there, Paul Mwangi. I'm not too sure, but we are going to be keeping tabs on that. And as you can see, we are seeing more councils just access the hall in which we are waiting to see, or rather where the verdict is going to be delivered from. Remember, this is the Supreme Court, the apex court of the land, and the decision that is going to be rendered in there is going to be final. And also some light moments there. You see Professor Wajakoya there. George Wajakoya is among counsels who are at the Supreme Court there, and he was among the candidates eyeing the top seat in this August polls there under the Roots Party. But with the numbers there, he failed to clinch that. But we will get to know if at all the Supreme Court decides that this, to uphold this election, would say that he failed to clinch the requisite votes that were required to declare him the president, so to speak. We are waiting to see, given the constitutional timelines. Actually, with the 7-judge bench sitting at noon to deliver that particular judgment. If you go back to the time, go back in time, as per the Constitution, we are looking at around 7 days, so to speak, 14 days there. So they're exactly 2 hours before the 2 p.m. deadline. Now, Shadrack Wamboi, who is a constitutional lawyer, what is your take in regard to the coverage that the media has given the August polls, pre and up to date as we are?
Well, to be fair to the media, I think on an average of 10, I will give the media 7, so that it also gives the media some room for improvement. but as far as timely reporting is concerned, I think the media has done a splendid job. It has done a splendid job as regards a balanced, reporting of issues when it comes to, matters as they are happening. But I think one thing that probably is something that we should look forward to. It's investigative journalism, so that there has been some concerns. There has been some issues about, we begin with the stalemate that we experienced between the commissioners. Perhaps we will have relied even more from the media to establish really what was the problem. Is what Chebukati has been saying really the truth, or is there something more than what is meeting the eye? So probably I think going over and above what has been quite apparent. I think the media has in the previous past told us or taught us so many things from the use of their cameras. But I think moving forward, there is always some room for improvement in everything that we do. Even with the splendid job that you people have done, the future is still ripe for exploiting other avenues or other opportunities. Mm-hmm. We need to establish so many things other than what we've been seeing just on TV. We've been seeing, some plays, people playing. We need to also get a cover of what is this that has been happening behind the scenes, so that we are treated to more. And I think this is something that we live with you. All is not lost. There is still an opportunity where you can tell us, probably, or give us, a panoramic view of what has been transpiring behind the scenes that we have not seen so far.
Now, that is those are your views in regard to, how the local media has covered the August polls up to this point. Maybe as I want to rope in my colleague Ben Troy in regard to, what we're expecting in the next 16 minutes or so. How does it compare when it comes to coverage of elections between the local media vis-a-vis the international media? Because there's a conversation that is currently ongoing online that there's a lot of anticipation, and it's all not good. It's actually negative, portrayal of Kenya and this particular situation we find ourselves by a section of international media outlets.
Indeed. And Ray, let me pick it from where you started out when you talked about how the media has carried itself through all the electoral process and through the petition itself. Yeah. And you bear me witness that a lot of Kenyans talked about media letting Kenyans down the day that we started tallying the results. We did a very good presidential and gubernatorial debates, but we were not as united or as one cohesive unit when it came to the tallying process, and which would have helped a lot of Kenyans cool their nerves. But away from that, the election itself and the petition, I would say we as media have carried ourselves in the best way so far. In the great words of Wakili here, is that we still have some room to improve as based to how we cover and how we write our report. Because looking at what we see the same thing, but at the end of the day, when we go down to write our story, sometimes you find some discrepancies here and there. That said, the media also will be keen, and Kenyans will be keen to see how after this we do carry ourselves, because at the end of the day, you have had America talk about it, many countries, but they have to rely on the media, because if you don't show it, if you don't write it, if you don't present it out there, no one will know exactly what is happening in the country. And still on the same, and I think this is something that we can have a discussion on, an interesting read written by a journalist talking about the presidential petition. Raila Odinga has been a perennial petitioner when it comes to this, and that person is arguing no matter how this goes, either his way or not, he will be credited in fighting the fight and actually trying to solidify our democracy. I don't know how Wakili Gisore you view this, but at the end of the day, despite his hits and misses, because he's had some wins and some losses as well, is that he has enabled Kenya to be a democratic country, and also single out some of the things. Because in 2017, what the Apex Court talked about are some of the things that we have been able to implement in our 2022 politics. And at the end of the day, win or lose, he still be credited in solidifying our democracy. Sorry.
I think, Ben Troy, I want to thank you for raising that issue about Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is one person who has serious temerity for democracy, if I might say that, because look at the man, look at his journey. This man has been in prison, came out, fought for the 1992 liberation. That succeeded. We appealed Section 2A, and then turns back and joins Moi's government, and then turns to throw Moi's government out, or his choice, giving rise to another liberation, whereby we had change of power. Then fast forward, we come to the 205 referendum, where he had to actually leave government and champion our cause towards liberating Kenyans through a new constitution, which had dragged on for too long. So we saw his hand in all this process. We saw it in 2007 when the election went sideways. He was able and willing to share the government, as opposed to contrary views which were telling him you shouldn't share anything, you won. If he was somebody bad, he could not have reneged on that. He actually stands out as a statesman and says, Kenya first. I choose Kenya. I fought for this because I love Kenya, because I want to see a better Kenya. So if sharing the government with Moi Kibaki is something which is going to give us prosperity, is what I will do. And that happened. We ended up having the 2010 constitution, which is very robust, which we are enjoying. He has actually even gone in to bolster that particular constitution by going to court severally to test the limits, to actually be able to portray that this constitution has got to be tested to every end so that we can be able to have a better country. In 2013, he was in court. He lost, and I said, okay, we will obey. We will obey. Come 2017, he actually succeeded. He succeeded in the petition, and he ended up joining government, or having a handshake for purposes of Kenya. For purposes of Kenya, he did an handshake for continuity, because the economy was not been doing well for the longest time. So for purposes of Kenya, he actually was able to do an handshake. And then he's again in 2022 in court. If we can quote him today, he said, it's not about me. It's about fostering democracy, which is if there is anything we can credit the man, is that he's a democratic Kenyan, and he's actually a person who is out for the good of Kenya. And that in itself embodies a man who has done much more than any other president, because nobody has been able, amongst the presidents who have led Kenya, you've not seen anybody stand strongly for Kenya. Some of them have been elected, but I'm sorry to say, nobody has been able to be for Kenyans. Raila represents the common man and the interests of the people. They have done their bit in terms of developing the economy, or trying to do their single political issues around leadership, but in a uniform scale, I think if you get to put them on a weighing scale, I think he really weighs way much more than any other president in terms of fostering democracy.
Now, Gesore, thank you for that in regard to, how we have covered. And we have seen quite sensational headlines, as you've said there, but we need to remain factual. As your colleague there has given us a 7 out of 10, giving us room for improvement. Indeed, we will work on that. But now let's find out what is happening within the central business districts. Statistics indicate that 85% of workstations are domiciled within the CBD. Now, being September the 5th, we are joined by Hibak Sayed from Kencom there. We can say it's the center of CBD, to just bring us up to speed with what is happening as Kenyans await that particular ruling. Hibak, hi. How are things from Kencom?
Thank you, Regina Manyara. We are at the Central Business District, and we're just trying to gauge what exactly is happening, especially here at the capital of Kenya, Nairobi City. We have a few people, a few businessmen, boda riders, who are just trying to get their daily means as we wait for the Supreme Court ruling. A few minutes to 12. If we could just have your opinion, sir, on what exactly you've seen. The Supreme Court is about to give a very important judgment today. Unaona vipi biashara yako imekuwa vipi na umeonaje town iko leo?
Let me start by saying that my name is Dudhiman. I'm the CEO of Dudhiman Show, and I'm so much glad and happy to have this opportunity with you guys. God bless you so much for doing an amazing job. Now, let me start by saying that we are okay in town, we are operating, we are doing something so amazing. And to make the matters worse, our border riders here in CBD are doing quite excellent job. I have a good friend of mine who is the national coordinator for border riders here in Nairobi, and we are happy for it. We are happy. So we are waiting to see. We doesn't know what is going to happen. We doesn't know what Kome is going to say, but we are happy because my brother is your brother. Your sister is my brother. We doesn't want to know the ethnicity. We doesn't want to know where you come from, your sister, your brother. But we live like brothers and sisters. Despite having anything or doesn't have anything, we share the little that we have. So as a border rider who is a journalist by profession, because I've worked with your media or whatever, I'm happy. We are happy. So let me just give a take to my brother and say something.
Just to cut you off, Regina, we've been checking around and we've seen that the shops are mostly open. The businesses are functioning quite well. People are conducting their business as they always have. As you can see, we're at Kencom, and most of the matatus are carrying people just as they always do. People are waiting, yes, for the ruling by the Supreme Court, but people are going about their business here in Nairobi City. If maybe we could have the opinion of a Kenyan, unaonaje kuhusu hii Supreme Court ruling? Unaonaje, nini unatarajia?
Okay, kwa majina ni Victor Chiteri from Kibra. Yenye ningependa tu kusema ni those results of the CJ has announced the results. Let us take as normal so that we can continue with our normal work, so that people can continue with their normal business. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to have to give it back to you, Regina. We're still going to be traversing Nairobi City, and maybe we'll go to another street within the Central Business District and to just see what exactly happens as the day progresses and as the judgment comes. Back to you in studio, Regina.
Thank you, Hibaka, for that quick update. I can see, yes, Kenyans quite still being Kenyans, trying to make light of the situation, even as it remains, on tenterhooks. We remain on tenterhooks in regard to what we should expect come the next 6 minutes there. And we are live. We have our reporters there on ground, including Serafina Ruby, who is going to be bringing us up to speed with what is happening. Kenyans asked to remain peaceful as we wait the 7-judge bench there to make a ruling in regard to the August presidential petition. What you're seeing on your screen, those are live pictures from Milimani there. We have seen various councils have arrived. We have Kithure Kindiki there, who is part of the Kenya Kwanza legal team. There is Katwa Kigen just crossing your screen there. Further ahead there, we are also having other councils who are either have been representing the respondents or the petitioners there, all looking calm. At the end of the day, we have there has to be peace and justice going forward. We are all brothers and sisters there. Now, I'd want to hand it over, take it back to you, Troy, there. We were talking about the performance and the conduct of the media during the election, and even at the point where we are right now, focusing on the presidential petition. And from Hibak Said's link there, you can see there's a Kenyan there who has introduced himself as Nduthi Man. And what I am actually proud of is that during this particular election, we did not have an issue of, sensation, so to speak, with the Githeri man aspect and such. We did not see this. We kept it to matters of fact. And I would want to say, let's toot our own horn as a media fraternity there. But it was a light moment to try and see that there was a gentleman behind Said Hibak there, calling guys to tell them, hey, you need to watch us. You need to watch us from KBC Channel 1. I'm live. Well, we also want to welcome your feedback. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. But before we get to read what you have to say on Twitter and the expectations, we want to take you down to Kibra, where we're joined by my colleague Irene Mchuma Odim to bring us up to speed with how things are looking like in Kibera. Good afternoon.
Representing the country.
Get the sound corrected. We'll be getting back to you. We are domiciled in various parts of the country just to keep tabs on what is happening as we await the much anticipated verdict on the presidential petition of August 2022 there. Security has been beefed up. A communication was made to Kenyans, especially who are operating within the Central Business District. Various roads were closed, including Gong Road there at the junction of NHIF there, as well as, some motorists redirected not to use the Haile Selassie Avenue there to just try and keep crowds out of Milimani there, where the 7-judge bench is going to be giving its ruling. Led by Chief Justice Martha Koome. What you're seeing is security outside Milimani Law Courts there. That is a contingent of National Police as well as a General Service Unit. And inside there, we're seeing a council made up of, various, there you go, we have Soweto there. Council Soweto there. You can see how she's already there. I would want to know what's going on through the minds of the lawyers there, both for the petitioner and the various respondents there, who over the last 2 days have exuded confidence that they're going to be carrying their day, or rather their prayers are going to be carrying the day. In the next 1 minute, we are expecting the 7-judge bench there. We are seeing Feroz there, Luigi, as engaging Professor Githu Muigai and the legal counsel there, governor-elect, that is James Orengo. Quite camaraderie there, transpiring between the senior counsels there. So, as we say, it's all in a day. It's all in a day when it comes to matters of litigation, and that there are no permanent enemies. But we asked that Kenyans remain peaceful, and justice, we hope, is going to be served in this particular matter. Yes, that.
Size enough. Look at the pictures on your screen. James Orengo there, and other lawyers who are representing different factions. And they're all seated together, they make fun together, they argue it out, they sweat it out together, and maintain the peace. That is exactly what should be happening, not only in that court, but in the Republic as well. Before we crossed over to Irene, we were talking about how despite the fact that he has had some hits and misses in presidential petition, is that he has been able to bolster our democracy in regards to electoral matters. And I would like to pick Shadrach's mind on the same, is despite that Raila has won and lost some of the petitions, he has actually helped the electoral system in the country. That was an interesting read. I was reading from a journalist as well. And on the 7 out of 10, yes, I do agree, because there are some journalists still talking about a ruling. We don't expect a ruling, we expect a judgment today, because it's the final product of what they have been hearing for the last couple of days. Wamboy, I would like to pick your mind on the same.
Well, there is a lot to admire from the two gentlemen who have been, entertaining us with this presidential dispute. And one thing you will give to Dr. William Samoei Ruto first is his spirit of resilience. That spirit of, when he wants it, he goes for it. That is something admirable from his humble background. That is something that you will have to admire and acknowledge. On the other hand, you must acknowledge the kind of contribution that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has given us as a country. So many things. The laws that we currently enjoy have we actually enjoy them largely because of the contribution he has made, the kinds of pain he has had to go through. You speak of the multi-party, us becoming a multi-party democracy in the year 1990s. That is his contribution. His fight against the Moi utilitarianism, that is his contribution. Most of us have studied to an extent, and we appreciate the jurisprudence that has been created by Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. When you go to school, some of the things that lecturers teach is the jurisprudence that has emanated from the 2013 jurisprudence, which if Raila Amolo Odinga had not desired to go through that route, if he had not paid the security of cost of 1 million and paid the filing fees of 500,000 shillings, probably we will not have learned or gotten an opportunity to understand the law deeply the way we have understood it. Then, champions are actually made from people who try. Sometimes they fail, because if you do not try, there is no likelihood that you will ever succeed, you will fail. But his failure in the year 2013 did not in any event discourage him from trying our democracy through the court processes. So that in the year 2017, we saw him participate in the elections, we saw him challenge the elections, the election results, so that the win that he got in the year 2017, and of course his refusal to participate in the process because of the referee. So whatever the outcome that we will get, if it is a repeat of the elections, then it will be a gift to Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because we do not expect that he will be running in the year 2027. Mm-hmm. I mean, if age is anything to go by. Mm-hmm. In any event, even with probably a repeat of the process, it does not necessarily mean that it is a loss to Dr. William Samoei Ruto. No, it does not mean it. It only means that probably this is just but his dream that has been deferred, so that he will have another opportunity, probably in the next or within the 60 days that are set in law, and even probably even in the future. I mean, Right Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto is a young man who has a lot of life in himself. I think today he should be turning 55 years of age. Mm-hmm. Really, he has a lot. Yes.
Now, Wamboi, right? Let's get to hear what is happening down in Kibra, where we're joined by Irene Mchuma Odim there to just bring us up to speed with what is going down there. Good afternoon, Mchuma. How are things at Kibera, or rather in Kibera?
Regina, good afternoon. We are coming to you live at Kianda area in Kibra constituency. Earlier on, we were at Ayani and Makina areas, and Regina would say it's business as usual to a huge number of residents here in Kibra constituency. However, there are those who are following the proceedings from their screens. This as we wait for the verdict of the Supreme Court. Remember, Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio La Umoja presidential candidate, is also the ODM party leader, and Kibra constituency has time and again given him a back wherever he's making a move politically. And interestingly, Regina, unlike what many people would anticipate, that many people will remain at home and not go back to the business, is business as usual for many residents here in Kibra constituency. In fact, the shopkeepers, the tailors, the welders are going on with their business as usual. The matatu operators, boda riders.
Thank you very much. The 7 judges making their way, they are about to take their seats. Remember, this particular 7 judges are made up of William Oko, as you can see on your screen, flanked by Njoki Ndongo having a seat, Isaac Lenaola, Smokin Wanjala, Philomena Mwili, who's a Deputy Chief Justice, and Martha. Let's have a listen in.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Supreme Court of Kenya for the delivery of judgment in presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with E001, E002, E003, E004, E007 and E008 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and 6 others versus William Ruto and 13 others. The Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court is presiding.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the judgment of the court, which is delivered pursuant through 23(1) of the Supreme Court Presidential Election Petition Rules 2017 in the presidential election held on the 9th August 2022. This is an abridged version of the judgment. The full judgment will be delivered after 21 days. Kenya is a sovereign multi-party democratic state whose foundations are firmly spelled in the Constitution. The Kenyan people's quest for electoral reforms since independence is well documented. That notwithstanding, and even without going back to the pre-1992 era, every cycle of elections has been highly contested, with the exception of 2002. This speaks to a background of distrust of the administration of our electoral process. Informed by this setting, Kenyans made a decision to vest the Supreme Court with the jurisdiction to determine questions regarding the validity of a presidential election under Article 140 of the Constitution. The reactions following the declaration of results of the presidential election of 9th August 2022 shows that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has not yet garnered universal public confidence and trust in the internal management of the Commission and elections. On the 15th August 2022, 6 days after the general elections were held, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IEBC, announced the following results. Raila Odinga, 6.942,930 votes, representing 48.85%. William Ruto, 7.176,141 votes, representing 50.49%. David Wahiga, 31,987, representing 0.23%. George Wajakoya, 61,969, representing 0.44%. Based on the aforesaid results, the chairperson of IEBC declared William Samoei Ruto the first respondent, the presidential candidate for the United Democratic Alliance Party, as the president-elect. This declaration has precipitated a total of 9 presidential petitions that are filed before us, to wit, number 1, presidential election number 001 of 2022, John Njoroge Kamau versus Wafula Chebukati and 3 others, and Raila Amolo Odinga and 7 others named as interested parties. The second petition is presidential election number 002 of 2022, Youth Advocacy Africa and another versus IEBC and 12 others. Third petition, presidential election petition number 003 of 2022, Kerif Khalifa and 3 others versus IEBC and 3 others. Fourth petition, presidential election petition number 4 of 2022, David Kariuki Ngari versus IEBC and 9 others. 5, presidential election petition number 5 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and another versus IEBC. 6, presidential election petition number 6 of 2022 by Moses Kuria and others versus Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and 4 others named as interested parties. Number 7, presidential election number 007 of 2022, Okia Omtata Okoiti and others versus IEBC and others. Number 8, petition number 008 of 2022, Julia Nyokabi Chege and others versus IEBC and 3 others. And the last one but not least, petition number 009 of 2022, Ruben Kigame Richete versus IEBC and others. In addition to these petitions, we received a total of 24 interlocutory applications and 1 preliminary objection, which were filed in this court. 2 of the presidential election petitions were struck out. That is petition number 006 and 009 of 2022 for failure to meet the constitutional threshold as set out under Article 140 of the Constitution. On 29 August 2022, this court also admitted 3 amici curiae briefs by the Royal Society of Kenya, the Kenya section of International Commission of Jurists, and John Warubengo and 2 others. Upon perusing and considering the issues raised in the remaining presidential election petition numbers 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 007, and 8, the responses and the submissions filed thereto, this court found that all the 7 petitions substantially raised similar issues and sought similar reliefs. Consequently, on 30th August 2022, this court ordered that the 7 petitions be consolidated and designated Presidential Election Petition number 005 of 2022 as the read file. From the consolidated petition, the responses filed and submissions filed by all the parties, the court crystallized the following issues for determination. And those issues are there. We have repeated them several times. I will not read them. Having considered and deliberated upon the consolidated petition, the attendant responses, submissions, and also considering the amici curiae briefs, we now make the following determination on issue number 1, which is whether the technology deployed by IEBC for the conduct of the 2022 general elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. As noted in the introduction, lack of trust in the electoral system has endured in Kenya for a long time. This led to the introduction of electoral technology following recommendations made by the Independent Review Commission on the general elections held on the 27th December 2007, popularly known as the Kriegler Commission report. That report recommended integration of technology into Kenya's electoral process for registration, identification of voters, and transmission of results. These were enacted in Section 44 of the Elections Act 2011. By this statute, IEBC is enjoined to adopt technology in the electoral process. As a consequence, the IEBC developed a technology known as Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System, KIMS, making Kenya's election process an hybrid as it employed both technology and manual processes. The first, third, and fourth petitioners in the consolidated petition challenge the technology used by IEBC during the 2022 general election. They plead that the manner in which technology was deployed and utilized fell short of the prescribed constitutional and statutory standards. As regards the audit of the register of voters, they urge that IEBC, pursuant to its elections operations plan, committed itself to conducting an audit of the register of voters by 31st March 2022. To the contrary, they arrange it only publicly availed the audit report on its website on 2nd August 2022, which was only 7 days to the elections. In this report, it was noted that the auditors established serious gaps and risk to the electoral process, including numerous cases of change of voter stations without knowledge or approval of the affected voters. Grant of voter update privileges in IMBC, IDMs to 14 user accounts and related to voter registration. Reducing the accountability of user activities in the register of voters. Presence of 11 active generic accounts on the MBIS application and the 2 MBIS users with the same logging identification. Risking unauthorized system users, possible interference, change of particulars on the activation of voters in the system. IMBC's failure to set up access, decertification, and user activity review process. And IMBC was also alleged to have failed to respond to requests by auditors for crucial information. On the integrity of the technology deployed, it was the case for the 7th petitioner that in order to comply with Article 86 of the Constitution and Section 44 of the Elections Act, the technology deployed must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. On the simplicity of technology, the 7th petitioner contends that the KIMS kit failed the tests as they were not easily usable by ordinary citizens without expert knowledge. They further assert that IMBC was expected to procure and put in place a technology necessary for the conduct of the general election at least 120 days before the election and ensure consultation with the relevant agencies, institutions, and stakeholders. Furthermore, the petitioners arranged that IMBC violated its constitutional duty by delegating the design, implementation, and conduct of the KIMS components of the election to a foreign company, Smartmatic International Holdings, BV. As a result, IMBC staff and the public did not have full comprehension of the KIMS component. They conclude, therefore, that IMBC abdicated and surrendered its role to conduct elections to Smartmatic, and that IMBC vigorously fought any attempt to subject Smartmatic's activities to accountability and transparency, including the safeguards required by Regulations 61, 69, and 75 of the Elections General Regulations 2012. In response, IMBC has submitted that the electoral system met the constitutional threshold, that all the necessary information was accessed only by the authorized persons. The information was accurate, complete, and protected from malicious modification, either by authorized or unauthorized persons. IMBC maintained an audit trail on activities related to information, and that the information was available and could be authenticated through the use of various security features. In further response, IMBC contended that they engaged KPMG on 7th April 2022 to conduct an audit of the register of voters, which was submitted on 18th June 2022. In addition, it issued a briefing on the report on 20th June 2022, summarizing the thematic areas therein and disclosing its findings as well as actions taken to remedy the issues identified. It also conducted its annual audit in compliance with Regulations 11 and 12 of the Election Technology Regulations 2017 and a certification of compliance issued to it on 3rd August 2022. IEBC relied on sworn affidavits by Michael Uma, Moses Sunkuli, and Hussein Majan on 26th August 2022, which were to the effect that it published the interim report by KPMG on 8th June 2022 and embarked on remedial measures aimed at effecting the recommendations ahead of publication of the final report. It was ascertained that it could not publish the full final audit report, as doing so would compromise the integrity and security of the electoral technology system, considering the provisions of the Data Protection Act, which imposes a duty to protect the data of Kenyan voters. On the other hand, the first and second respondents urged that even if there was failure of technology, it did not vitiate the result of the presidential election. Upon considering all the pleading submissions and the ICT scrutiny and inspection tallying and recount report, which fully examined the IEBC's result transmission system, RTS, we are not persuaded by the allegation that the technology deployed by IEBC failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution on integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency for the following reasons. 1, whereas it is true that the KIMS kit failed in 235 polling stations, 86,889 voters were granted the right to vote manually, and the requisite forms 32A were duly filed. This happened successfully in Kibwezi West constituency and parts of Kakamega County. 2, while the audit report was released to the public 7 days before the 9th August election, the register of voters was used at the election without any apparent anomalies. 3, Smartmatic was procured to provide the necessary technological infrastructure, as IEBC did not have the capacity to do so. No credible evidence meeting the requisite standard of proof of access to the system by unauthorized persons was adduced by the petitioners. The scrutiny report prepared by the registrar of this court did not reveal any security breaches of the IEBC's RTS. IEBC successfully deployed a biometric voter register system which captures unique features of a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data to register and update voter details across the country and also in the diaspora. The BVR captures a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data, which features are unique to each of the voter. In compliance with Section 6A of the Elections Act 2011, IEBC opened the register of voters for verification of biometric data by members of the public for a period of 30 days. Thereafter, the register was revised to address issues arising from the verification exercise. KPMG then audited the register and we are satisfied that the inconsistencies and inaccuracies identified during the audit were somewhat successfully addressed. The second issue was whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Forms 34A from the polling station to the INBC public portal. The first petitioner arranged staging that a person who had access to the RTS intercepted, detained, or stored Forms 34A temporarily to convert or manipulate it before uploading it on INBC's public portal. It is arranged also on 11th August 2022, INBC dumped over 11,000 Forms 34A on the public portal between 11 to 11:09 hours. To rebut this allegation, INBC and its chairperson, in their response dated 26th August 2022, denied staging and unauthorized intrusion of the RTS. In that regard, they urge that every image of Form 34A was uploaded immediately after the transmittal of results. The form was received as evidence by the timestamp. Similarly, the first respondent denied these allegations. Our finding: 1. No credible evidence was presented to prove that anyone accessed the RTS to intercept, detain, or store Forms 34A temporarily before they were uploaded to the public portal. The allegation that 11,000 Forms 34A were affected by staging was similarly not proved. 2. The allegation that INBC, its officials and strangers used a tool to tamper with the Forms 34A before converting them to the portable document format, that is PDF, that eventually appeared on the public portal, was sufficiently explained when INBC demonstrated how KIMS captured and transmitted the image of Form 34A. Accordingly, we dismiss that allegation. 3. During the ICT scrutiny, it turned out that the transmission logs produced in the affidavit of Justice Nyangaya were of no probative value. The registrar's report shows that the original Forms 34A from the contestant polling stations, which were allegedly intercepted, were exactly the same as those on the public portal, and the certified copies that were presented to this court pursuant to the provisions of Section 12 of this Supreme Court Act 2011. 4. Regarding the allegation that the integrity of the public portal was compromised, this was disproved by evidence of consistent attributes such as unique timestamps, uniform PDF conversions at the polling stations, correct polling station mapping, and consistent KIMS reporting from verification to transmission of results. 6. The RTS was configured on a virtual platform network, VPN, and the SIM cards locked to a specific polling station. The server was also configured to accept results only from authorized and properly mapped KIMS kits. In our view, the petitioners failed to produce credible evidence to the contrary. 7. A review of some of the logs presented as evidence of staging showed that they were either from logs arising from the 2017 presidential election or were outright forgeries. In our considered view, there was no evidence of a man-in-the-middle server configured to the IEBC's VPN network, and no evidence was produced to show that the chairperson of IEBC and staff were part of the arranged conspiracy to stage the transmission process. 9, whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IEBC public portal and the Forms 34A received at the National Tallying Center and Forms 34A issued to the agents at the polling stations. On this issue, the first petitioner's case was that there was deliberate manipulation and tampering with Forms 34A, as demonstrated in the affidavits, to the effect that votes were being deducted from the first petitioner and being added to the first respondent. To support this petition, evidence was contained in the affidavits of Honorable Martha Karua, sworn on 21st August 2022, Celestine Anyango Opio, Arnold Ochieng Oginga, and John Mark Githongo, which was sworn also on 21st August 2022, and a further affidavit sworn on 28th August 2022. Dr. Nyangasi also swore an affidavit on 21st August 2022, and so was Martin Papa, to support that allegation of handing and subtraction of votes. On the other hand, IEBC and its chairperson urged that all Forms 34A transmitted to IEBC portal were not interfered with or manipulated. Further, that the Forms 34A signed at the polling station and issued to the agents were identical to the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and delivered to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas. It was contended that in any event, IEBC used the original physical Forms 34A to tally, verify, and declare the presidential election results. This court ordered scrutiny of the forms from the 41 polling stations outlined in the affidavit of Celestine Opio to ascertain the allegation of interference. And this is our finding. 1, there were no significant differences captured between the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and the physical Forms 34A delivered to bombers that would have affected the overall outcome of the presidential election. B, no credible evidence was presented to support the allegation that Forms 34A presented to agents differed from those uploaded to the public portal. The report by the registrar of this court confirmed the authenticity of the original forms in the sampled polling stations. The affidavits of Celestine Opio and Arnold Ochieng Oginga, while containing sensational information, were not credible, as the registrar's report confirmed that all the Forms 34A attached to those affidavits and purportedly given to them by the agents at select polling stations were significantly different from the originals, certified copies, and those on the public portal. The purported evidence of Celestine Opio and Arnold Oginga, sworn in their respective affidavits, are not only inadmissible, but are also unacceptable. It has been established that none of the agents on whose behalf the forms were being presented swore any affidavit, that there is nothing to show that they had instructed both Celestine and Arnold to act for them, Yet the two have gone ahead to depone on matters that are not within their knowledge. This court cannot countenance this type of conduct on the part of counsel who are officers of the court. Though it is elementary learning, it bears repeating that affidavits filed in court must deal only with facts which an opponent can prove of his own knowledge, and as a general rule, counsel are not permitted to swear affidavits on behalf of their clients in contentious matters like the one before us, because they run the risk of unknowingly swearing to falsehood and may also be liable to cross-examination to prove the matters deponed. We must remind counsel who appear before this court, or indeed before any other court or tribunal, of the provisions of sections 113 and 114 of the Penal Code that swearing to falsehoods is a criminal offense, and 2, that it is an offense to present misleading or fabricated evidence in any judicial proceeding. Section 114 of the Penal Code states, and I quote, "Any person who swears falsely or makes a false affirmation or declaration before any person authorized to administer an oath or a declaration upon a matter of public concern, and at such circumstances that the false swearing or declaration, if committed in a judicial proceeding, would have amounted to perjury, is guilty of a misdemeanor." One of the most serious losses an advocate may ever suffer is the loss of trust by judges for a long time. Such conduct amounts to interference with the proper administration of justice. The contents of the affidavit of John Mark Githongo, which may contain forgeries, are also dismissed for not meeting the evidential threshold. Those averments contain no more than incredible and hearsay evidence. No admissible evidence was presented to prove the allegation that Forms 34A were fraudulently altered by a group situated in Karen under the direction of persons named in the affidavit, and video clip attached to it. As a matter of fact, these two affidavits amount to double hearsay and incapable of being proved at each of the rears. We turn to Form 34A for Gasharaigo Primary School, which was sensationally presented by Madam Judy Soweto, advocate, to show that one Jose Kamango accessed the RTS and interfered with the result contained therein. This also turned out to be no more than hot air, and we were taken on a wild goose chase that yielded nothing of probative value. The Kim's kit relating to Songonyo Primary School, which bore the same serial number with another, was admitted by IMBC as an inadvertent manufacturer's error. We are also satisfied that the two kits and other identifying features that were markedly different, including the timestamps and polling code, and therefore nothing turns on this anomaly. Therefore, to the question whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IBC public portal and those received at the National Tallying Center and those issued to the candidates' agents at the polling station, we have found none. Issue number 4, on whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa counties, parliamentary elections in Kitui, Rural, Kachiriba, Rongai and Pokot South constituencies, and electoral ones in Nyaki West, in North Imenti constituency, and Kwanjenga in Embakasi South constituency, resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the petitioners. and especially in petition number 5 of 2022. It is common knowledge that IEBC postponed elections for various seats during the general elections of 9th August 2022 due to mix-up of ballot papers in the above-named electoral units. It is the combined case of the first and second petitioners that in terms of Articles 136, 2A, 177, 1, and 181 as read with Article 1 of the Constitution, the chairperson of IEBC had no jurisdiction to postpone elections in those areas. That Section 55B of the Elections Act is inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore void to the extent that it purports to donate to IEBC power to postpone elections in the constituency, county, or ward, contrary to the Constitution, and the postponement undermined the conduct of free, fair, credible elections by depriving the voters an opportunity to vote for all the candidates on the dates stipulated by the Constitution. The petitioners further contend that the postponement of elections and the overall effect of suppressing voter turnout in the electoral units in question, which was prejudicial to him. Both the first and third petitioners also believe that elections were deliberately postponed in Kakamega and Mombasa counties. It was arranged that these areas are considered to be first petitioner strongholds, and as such, the postponement of elections worked to his disadvantage and handed that benefit to the second respondent. These assertions were denied by IEBC and its chairperson. They, however, admitted that they experienced confusion with the printed ballot papers and explained that they only discovered the mix-up on the eve of the election when the ballot papers were being distributed to the polling stations. That as a practice, ballot papers can only be opened on the eve of the election day to avoid any mischief, and that by the time the mix-up was discovered, it was logistically impossible to print and replace the ballot papers in time for the elections. For this claim to succeed, it must be demonstrated first, IEBC had no authority in law to postpone the elections, and secondly, that the postponement was deliberate and calculated to suppress voter turnout so as to affect the result by reducing the petitioners' overall votes. We've looked at the provisions of Section 55B of the Elections Act, which provides for circumstances when elections can be postponed in a particular electoral unit, including in cases of emergency. We are therefore satisfied that on the basis of the foregoing provision, the third respondent and the requisite power to postpone election in the constituencies, counties, and wards in question. Concerning the allegation of voter suppression, we note that voter suppression is generally recognized as a political strategy which takes many forms, but whose practical effect is ultimately to reduce voting by deliberately discouraging or preventing targeted groups of people from exercising their right to vote and thereby to influence the outcome of an election. It therefore goes against the letter and the spirit of Article 38, which guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices based on universal suffrage. As regards this allegation, it has not been shown that by postponing elections in the named electoral units, IEBC acted in bad faith or influenced or was influenced by irrelevant factors and considerations. From the explanation tendered, we are satisfied that the postponement was occasioned by a genuine mistake, which in our view could have been avoided and the members and staff of IEBC been more diligent when they went to inspect the templates in Athens, Greece, where the printing of ballot papers was undertaken. In the absence of any empirical data, we cannot find a basis upon which to conclude, as a matter of fact or evidence, that the postponement affected voter turnout, as a consequence of which the first petitioner alone, as a presidential candidate, suffered disadvantage. At any rate, the nature of the ballot being an individual decision and secret, there may be other factors to which the turnout in the named units can be attributed. From the evidence on record, however, it appears to us that 2022 general election recorded one of the lowest turnouts since the introduction of multi-party political system some 30 years ago. If there was a low voter turnout, it affected all the 6 categories of candidates, and its explanation, in our view, lies elsewhere, but certainly not a calculated suppression. On the other hand, in rebuttal to these claims, IEBC illustrated with examples to our satisfaction that there was no nexus between the postponement of elections and voter turnout in the affected units, far from the fact that this claim was undoubtedly just another red herring. It has nothing to do with the question under review, and accordingly we reject it and own that there is no proof that the postponement resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the first petitioner. Whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for presidential candidates and other elective positions. Issue number 5. The first petitioner was categorical that there was systemic ballot stuffing in certain counties, mainly in the Rift Valley and central parts of Kenya, where, according to him, a total of 33,208 votes were cast for president only, without corresponding votes for the other elective positions. On the part of IEBC and the chairperson, while acknowledging that indeed in some instances there was vote differential between those cast for president and for other positions, but maintained that they were insignificant, and those instances related to votes by prisoners and citizens in the diaspora who only vote for the president but did not take part in other elective positions. The differential also includes rejected ballot papers and stray votes which do not count as valid votes. The well-established principle that the person who asserts a fact must prove it casts the burden upon the first petitioner to demonstrate that there were instances of ballot stuffing of such a magnitude as to justify the nullification of the presidential election. Ballot stuffing, which is an illegal addition of extra ballots, is a type of electoral fraud aimed at swinging the results of an election towards a particular direction. Not a single document has been presented by the first petitioner to prove systemic ballot stuffing. A figure of 33,208 votes relied on in this claim is based on unproven hypothesis that since the number of votes cast for the president is higher than those for other positions, then, without more, it must follow that there was fraud. We find that fraud is a serious criminal offence and it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt under Section 5N of the Election Offences Act. It is indeed an offence for a person to vote more than once in any election. IEBC has provided a plausible explanation for the vote differential, citing categories of voters who only vote for the president, such as prisoners and Kenyans in the diaspora. There were an insignificant number of stray votes whose combined effect cannot justify nullification of the election. Finally, on this point, a general election in Kenya comprises of 6 different separate elections held concurrently on the same day. Such elections are held by secret ballot, and one cannot predetermine the voter turnout or how voters will vote in each election. None of the parties has flagged anything so significant that it would have affected the outcome of the presidential election vis-à-vis the other 5 elections held on the same day. We find, therefore, there were no unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. On issue number 6, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138, 3C, and 138.10 of the Constitution. This issue arises from the printings in all the petitions as consolidated. Based on the said printings, the affidavits sworn in support thereof, and the written and oral submissions by parties, two viewpoints regarding the meaning, scope, and application of Article 138, 3C, and 10 of the Constitution have been advanced. On the one hand, the petitioners submit that pursuant to the foregoing provisions, the role of verifying and tallying of votes as received from polling stations countrywide is vested in the Commission as a corporate entity and not the chairperson of the Commission. It is their argument that the chairperson cannot undertake this task to the exclusion of other commissioners. They submit that the language of Article 138.3c does not envisage a situation where the chairperson can arrogate to himself unfettered authority to verify and tally the results at the National Tallying Center without involving the other commissioners. Such action, they contend, would not only be unconstitutional, but would be sufficient ground without more to nullify an election of a president-elect. In support of their argument, the petitioners cite the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Maina Kiai and 5 others as affirmed by this court in the case of Raila 2017. The petitioners further submit that Regulation 87.3 of the Election General Regulations is unconstitutional to the extent that it purports to vest the power of verification and tallying in the chairperson of IEBC. On the other hand, the first, second, and third respondents submit that power to verify, tally, and declare results of a presidential election at the National Tallying Center is the exclusive preserve of the chairperson of IEBC. According to them, there is nothing unconstitutional about Regulation 87.3 of the Elections General Regulations. The said regulation the respondents submit makes no mention of commissioners other than the chairperson. At any rate, the respondents argue Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution does not envisage a situation where it is the commissioners who personally undertake the task of verifying and tallying the results as entered into the thousands of Forms 34A. Such an undertaking would be humanly impossible, they submit. For good measure, the respondents submit that Section 11A of the IEBC Act provides that the chairperson and members of the Commission are responsible for the formulation of policy and strategy of the Commission and oversight. In their view, the Act does not contemplate a situation where commissioners would be directly involved in the verification and tabulation of presidential election results. The task of verification and tallying, as stated by the respondent, is executed by the staff of the Commission under the direction and supervision of the Commission Secretary, who in turn reports to the chairperson. As to whether the chairperson acted unilaterally in verifying and tallying the presidential election results at the National Tallying Center, the petitioners claim that he did. This is what happened. It is the petitioner's case that the chairperson published an illegal Gazette Notice number 4956 of 2022, in which he designated himself as the presidential returning officer, a position unknown in law and the Constitution. Having done so, the petitioner states that the chairperson proceeded to conduct the verification and tallying process to the exclusion of other commissioners, each of whom he had assigned verifiable roles and related to the verification and tallying exercise. On his part, the chairperson of IEBC submitted that although he has the exclusive authority to verify and tally the presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center, he did involve the other commissioners in the exercise before eventually declaring the final results. He submitted that he did this in the spirit of teamwork. The chairperson of IEBC states that indeed the 4 commissioners were involved in the preparation of the 9th August general elections from the time of their swearing into office all the way to the verification and tallying of results at the National Tallying Center until they withdrew from the exercise just when he was set to declare the final result. Having considered all the parties' submissions, we find that pursuant to Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution, the power to verify and tally presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center vests not in the chairperson of IEBC, but in the Commission itself. The latter carries out this exercise through its secretariat staff, technical personnel, and any other persons hired for that purpose under the oversight and supervision of the chairperson and the other members of the Commission. In line with this court's decision in Raila Amolo Odinga versus another versus IEBC and 2 others, as reported in 2017 Kenya Law Report, popularly known as Raila 2017, and the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Maina Kiai, we also find that the chairperson cannot arrogate to himself the power to verify and tally the results of a presidential election to the exclusion of other members of the Commission. Indeed, Article 138(10) of the Constitution, although the power to declare the result of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does so only as a delegate of the Commission. Consequently, to the extent that Regulation 87(3) of the Elections General Regulation purports to vest the power of verifying and tallying presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center solely on the chairperson to the exclusion of other members of the commission, the same is contrary to and inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. That said, we, however, take cognizance of the fact that the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th respondents, referred to as the 4 commissioners, actively participated in the verification and tallying exercise from the beginning up to and until just before the declaration of the results by the chairperson. They took turns announcing the results as verified and tallied, and were present and active during the actual verification and tallying at Bomas. An example is when one of them, Justice Nyangaya, stood on the podium to announce to the public results and also announced an adjustment that had been occasioned by errors of tabulation. The events of 15th August 2022, therefore, came as a surprise. As the public waited for the chairperson of IEBC to declare the final results, sporadic violence broke out at Bomas. The violence swiftly was contained by the security forces, but there was unexpected drama as 2 different factions of the commission began to emerge. Kenyans found themselves watching an appalling split-screen scenario on their television sets. On one part of the screen was the chairperson readying himself to declare the results in accordance with Article 138(10) of the Constitution. On the other part of the screen were the 4 commissioners on the runs of the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, from where they announced that they would not own the results that were soon to be declared by their chairperson. The 4 commissioners informed the public of their rejection of the yet-to-be-announced results, terming them opaque due to the manner in which the chairperson had been conducting the verification and tallying exercise. In his affidavit dated 25th August 2022, Justice Nyangaya averred that the chairperson's actions during the tallying and verification exercise at Bomas made it difficult to ascertain the total number of votes cast and the actual number of votes attained by each candidate, so as to enable him authoritatively state the commission and declared accurate results. All the petitioners have anchored their arguments for the nullification of the 9th August presidential election in Taharia on the walkout from the Bomas by the 4 commissioners. They contend that by rejecting IEBC's results on grounds of opaqueness of the verification and tallying process, they called into question the credibility of the entire election. They further submitted that being in the majority out of the 7-member commission, their view should prevail and the election should be nullified. It is the petitioner's argument, therefore, that a dysfunctional commission cannot deliver a credible election. We note that apart from their 11th hour denunciation of the verification and tallying process and their averments regarding the conduct of the chairperson, the 4 commissioners have not placed before this court any information or documents showing that the elections were either compromised or that the result would have substantially differed from that declared by the chairperson. Critically, they have not explained why they participated in a verification process when they knew that it was opaque up until the last minute. Indeed, at the Serena Hotel press briefing, the 4 commissioners acknowledged that thus far the entire election had been managed efficiently and credibly. The chairperson, on his part, did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appeared to be falling apart. All this, in our view, points to a serious malaise in the governance of an institution entrusted with one of the monumental tasks of midwifing our democracy, an institution that obviously needs far-reaching reforms, of which we shall say more in our detailed reasons. But are we to nullify an election on the basis of a last-minute boardroom rapture, the details of which remain scanty and contradictory between the chairperson of the Commission and some of its members? In the absence of any evidence of violation of the Constitution and our electoral laws, how can we upset an election in which the people are participating without hindrance, as they made their political choices pursuant to Article 38 of the Constitution? To do this would be tantamount to subjecting the sovereign will of the Kenyan people to the quorum antics of IEBC. This we cannot do. Clearly, the current dysfunctionality at the Commission impugns the state of its corporate governance, but does not affect the conduct of the 2022 election. In view of the foregoing, we are satisfied that notwithstanding the divisions apparent between the chairperson and the 4 commissioners, IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 10 of the Constitution. Issue number 7, whether the declared President-elect attained 50 plus 1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138 of the Constitution. The first, second, and third petitioners averred that the first respondent did not garner 50% plus 1 of the total votes cast, and therefore did not meet the threshold provided by Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. They anchored their claims on the basis that in order to determine whether a candidate has attained 50% plus 1 of the votes cast, this ought to be calculated based on the total number of votes cast, excluding rejected votes. They argued that 50% of 14,353,165 votes, in their view, were the varied votes cast, which amounted to 7,176,582.77 votes. They therefore contended that by attaining 7.176141 votes, the first respondent did not meet the constitutional threshold to be declared president-elect. Supporting the claim that the first respondent did not meet the 50 plus 1 constitutional threshold was the 6th petitioner. His contention was founded on the backdrop of a press briefing issued by the chairperson of IEBC after the official closure of voting on 9th August 2022. According to the 6th petitioner, the chairperson of IEBC announced that the voter turnout was 65.4% of the total number of registered votes based on the verification of the KIMS kits which were functional during the process of voting. In addition, the 6th petitioner urged that the voter turnout of 65.4% did not include some 238 polling stations where the KIMS kit had malfunctioned, necessitating use of the manual register. It was therefore urged that the minimum number of votes cast could not be less than 14,466,779. Additionally, that this number was bound to increase once the number of votes from the areas that used the manual register were included. The sixth petitioner further claimed that a summation of the minimum number of votes cast and unturned manual votes would represent the actual voter turnout. In challenging the declaration made by the chairperson of IEBC, the sixth petitioner affirmed that the final tally published in Form 34C only accounted for 14,326,641 votes cast, including some 113,614 rejected ballots. The sixth petitioner contended that this tally did not factor in some 140,138 votes cast using the manual register. The sixth petitioner computed this number by subtracting 14,326,641 declared votes cast from 14,466,779 generated by the sixth petitioner as representing 65.4% of the voter turnout. Referring to the tallies in Form 34C, the sixth petitioner summed the number of votes cast for each candidate as follows. Raila Odinga, 6,942,193. William Ruto, 7,176,141. Wahiga Mwaura, 31,987. And George Wajakoya, 61,969, adding to a total of 14,213,027. He then added 138,000 arranged to be unturned votes, and this yielded a total of 14,353,165 total valid votes, which the sixth petitioner used to compute the percentages garnered by each candidate as follows. William Ruto, according to him, garnered 49.9%, Raila Odinga 48.3%, Wahiga 0.22%, and Wanjakoya 0.3%. It is on this basis that the sixth petitioner grounded the claim that none of the candidates met the constitutional threshold as set out in Article 138(4)(a). IEBC and its chairperson disputed the sixth petitioner's claim. They submitted that the declaration of results is based on the number of people identified as having voted on the KIMS kit and not the total persons on the voters register as arranged. They contended that the final voter turnout comprising of the voters who were identified through the KIMS kit and those who voted manually was 64.76% and not 65.4% as arranged by the petitioners. They urged that the announcement error by the chairperson of IEBC on 10th August 2022 was immediately clarified during the same press briefing. And evidence of this correction was provided to this court in an affidavit of the first and second respondents in Presidential Election Petition number 7 of 2022. According to IEBC and the chairperson, 14,239,862 voters were identified using the KIMS kit, while 86,889 voters were identified using the printed voter register. Therefore, the total valid votes cast were 14,213,137, while the total number of rejected ballots were 113,614, constituting 14,326,751 total votes cast. They illustrated that the first respondent garnered 7.176,141 votes against 14,213,137 total valid votes cast, yielding a percentage of 50.49 to meet the requisite constitutional threshold for a candidate to be declared president-elect. In the upshot, the percentage attained by each candidate was as follows: Raila Odinga 48.84%, William Ruto 50.48%, Waiga Mwaure 0.22%, and George Wanjakoya 0.43%. IEBC and its chairperson also submitted that the KIMS kits malfunctioned in 235 polling stations, necessitating the use of the printed voter register. In these polling stations, backup KIMS kits were later deployed for purposes of results transmission. The first respondent, in response to the question of 50+1 constitutional threshold, maintained that he attained the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution as elaborated by the IEBC and the chairperson. This court has considered the differing formulas and threshold arguments presented by various parties to this petition, while the first, second, and third petitioners raised pertinent questions connected to this issue. We shall address them together with those of the sixth petitioner, who has addressed and focused on the issue as specifically framed in detail. It must be restated that the case made by the sixth petitioners concerns a data-specific threshold as enunciated under Article 138(4) of the Constitution, that without attainment of which there can be no declaration. This data-specific threshold is what this court declared in John Arun Mwau and two others versus IEBC and others. Petitions numbers 2 and 4 of 2017, consolidated, referred to as the ultimate yardstick for determining the winner in a presidential context. In Raila Odinga and 5 others versus IEBC, petition number 5, 3, and 4 of 2013, this court asserted that rejected ballot papers do not constitute a vote cast to be included in calculating the final tally in favor of a presidential candidate. We are not persuaded by amicus curiae's brief, that is Law Society, who attempted to persuade us to consider our position on this finding. We reiterate that rejected votes cannot be taken into account when calculating whether a presidential candidate attained 50% plus 1 of the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Similarly, in the same Raila 2013 case, the court further laid down the parameters of burden and standard of proof in electoral disputes. More specifically, the burden and standard of proof required in disputes challenging the outcome of a presidential election. And this is what the court said, I quote, "In the case of data-specific electoral requirements such as those specified in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, for an outright win in the presidential election, the party bearing the legal burden of proof must discharge it beyond any reasonable doubt." The question that follows was whether the petitioners challenging the attainment of 50% plus 1 constitutional threshold and the computation by the sixth petitioner in general met the standard of proof settled by this court in Raila 2013 case. The premise of the sixth petitioner's percentage computation was a press briefing made by the chairperson of IEBC on 10th August 2022, when the evidential burden shifted to IEBC and its chairperson, as it does in election cases. They produced video evidence correcting the percentage voter turnout to read 64.6 at the time of the briefing. This percentage, however, did not include reports from all the KIMS kits and 86,889 voters who were identified manually using the printed register of voters. In our view, the assertion by the sixth petitioner that the percentage voter turnout was firstly predicated on the uncorrected percentage given by the chairperson of IEBC was negated by evidence adduced to prove the correction. Secondly, the sixth petitioner based his percentage of voter turnout on the total number of registered voters, while the chairperson of IEBC made reference in the press briefing to the number of registered voters who were identified through the KIMS kits progressively. The sixth petitioner also asserted that rounding off of votes cast in a presidential election as a means of assessing the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution kills and bars voters, which is illegal and unconstitutional. We have deliberated on this proposition and found that it is not mathematically sound and that the rounding off done by IEBC and the chairperson was correct. Consequently, we find that the petitioners did not provide a watertight case to warrant the setting aside of the results of the presidential election on the basis of not having met the threshold provided under Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. On the voter turnout, therefore, we find that the formula predicated on the number of voters identified through KIMS kits progressively and used by IEBC and the chairperson to generate a percentage of 64.76% was correct. Having settled the issue of voter turnout, we must ask ourselves whether in the making of the declaration, the chairperson of IEBC applied the formula in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, which is total votes cast less rejected votes divide by 2 must always give 50% plus 1 vote. Given the numbers that were presented to us by IEBC and the chairperson, this would translate to 14,213,137 divided by 2 plus 1, which makes 7.106569. The question that must inevitably follow is whether this formula, when applied, will confirm that 7,106,569 votes is less than 7.176,141, which represents the number of votes received by the first respondent. We find that it is, as such, on the basis of the foregoing formula and from the numbers provided by IEBC and its chairperson and the declaration by the chairperson of the President-elect on 15th August 2022, it is our finding that the declared President-elect attained 50% plus 1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Issue number 8, on whether there were irregularities and illegalities of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. Although the petitioners have provided numerous averments pointing to possible irregularities and illegalities marked by failure of technology, arranged voter suppression, printing and utilization of Book 2 of 2, EU preparation by the IMBC and its chairperson, commission indiscretions, transposition anomalies, agent absence, and many others, we are of the view that the pointed irregularities and irregularities were not of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. We will delve deeper into the details of this issue in our recent judgments. Last issue, what reliefs and orders can the court grant? Under Article 163(3) of the Constitution, it is provided that the Supreme Court will have A, exclusive original jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the election of the office of the President arising under Article 140. And Article 140 provides, I quote, a person may file a petition in the Supreme Court to challenge the election of the President-elect within 7 days after the date of the declaration of the results of the presidential election. 2, within 14 days after the filing of a petition under Clause 1, the Supreme Court shall hear and determine the petition, and its decision shall be final. If the Supreme Court determines the election of the President-elect to be invalid, a fresh election shall be held within 60 days after the determination. In exercising its jurisdiction pursuant to these provisions, the court sits as an election court with a mandate to determine the validity or otherwise of the election of the President-elect. It is clear to us that the jurisdiction of the court is quite circumscribed in terms of the orders or reliefs it can grant following the hearing and determination of the election petition under Article 140 of the Constitution. In the event the court determines that the election of the President-elect is invalid, it must make an order nullifying the election. Consequently, it has also to make an order directing IMBC to hold a fresh election within 60 days after the determination. Should the court determine that the election of the President-elect is valid, it shall issue a declaration to that effect. The court has then, as a matter of course, to make an order dismissing the petition with or without cost, as the case may be. In the strict sense, therefore, these are the only orders that the court may make under the Constitution. The court cannot assume jurisdiction that goes beyond the purview of Articles 163(3) and 140 of the Constitution. However, nothing stops the court from issuing orders or reliefs by way of recommendations. Indeed, since 2013, this court has issued many recommendations arising from the determination of 3 petitions challenging the election of the President-elect. The recommendations are meant to improve our electoral landscape and hence aid in the development of our democracy. In this regard, this court has been greatly aided by the contributions also of the Amici Curie, and the court places a heavy premium on those briefs that were filed and those which were admitted. The final orders made by the courts. This is a unanimous decision of the court, and we make the following orders. 1, the presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with the presidential election petition numbers E001, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 of 2022 are hereby dismissed. As a consequence, we declare the election of the first respondent as President-elect to be varied under Article 143 of the Constitution. This being a matter cutting across the public interest, we order that each party do bear their own costs. It is so ordered. And finally, the court has asked me to also acknowledge, although we'll do it in the long draft, the enormous contribution made by council in these proceedings, and also the orderly way the council, all the advocates and parties conducted themselves. They remained seated throughout the proceedings. That is the judgment of the court, a unanimous one. We shall issue a media summary to help the media summarize the case. I think that is all. Thank you very much for coming.
My Lady, Madam Chief Justice, and the learned judges of this court, again, I am requested by my colleagues to thank you most profusely for your labors into delivering this judgment, listening to all of us, and giving our nation this judgment so that we may move forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
It may please the court. It is not true that I asked the Attorney General Emeritus to talk on our behalf. Next time you should talk to me. Let me similarly, on behalf of the lawyers for the counsel for the first and second petitioner, thank the court. It has been a journey, worthwhile journey, sitting through these proceedings. And we thank the court for your patience and for the delivery of this judgment within the time stipulated. We thank you.
Madam President, members of the court, I wish to request just a couple of minutes for the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya to make a few remarks in appreciation of the work that the court and Kenyans have done on this exercise, if you allow. Thank you. I call upon Mr. Eric Theuri to come and make his remarks. It is also his birthday. I would have sung happy birthday for him.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the President of the Supreme Court, the Deputy Chief Justice and all the Justices of the Supreme Court, I think it would only be fair that I make my remarks after counsel for the respondents, Senior Fred Ngatia, makes his remarks to the court.
Madam Chief Justice, thank you very much. It's so kind for the President to acknowledge that age goes before youth. Mine is to thank the court, to thank my learned friends for the effort we all expended. We thank this court for clarifying certain issues, and we look forward to a less corrosive 2027. Thank you very much.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, it's so nice to have two madams at the same time, and members of the court. Since there are only men talking, I decided that I should become a woman and talk. It's become too much of a male affair in here. But on behalf of I think we were the third petitioner, I wish to thank you and You've clarified the Regulation 87.4, which I was feeling very passionately about, that it was unconstitutional from what I've heard. But thank you very much for the time you spent, and we do apologize if at times we looked like hooligans. I mean, you have said we behaved well, but we didn't behave as well as we should have. But thank you very much for your time and for delivering this judgment.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, members of the court, I, on behalf of Attorney General, take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for a great job done and for the courage to clearly define the limits of the law, which will help us empower IBC on the way forward, and hope that this might be the last of the petitions after elections once we carry out a proper elections based on your guidelines. Thank you.
The Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court. On a light note, my members would be extremely worried if we take the submissions of Senior Counsel Orengo that this should be the end on account of fees. But my lady, the Chief Justice, on behalf of the Law Society and all the members of the society, we wish to first of all take this opportunity to thank the court in the manner in which it has conducted these proceedings, extremely efficient, especially in light of the really short and strict timelines that you've had. But the management of the proceedings, the manner in which the court adopted a somewhat inquisitorial nature to the conduct of these proceedings is something that as a society we have noted, and we wish to commend the court. And we do hope that the other courts, as they determine any petitions, election petitions that would go before them, will similarly adopt such inquisitorial attitude so that we try and really enrich the process that these proceedings intend to achieve. Secondly, I wish to also thank the Council, all the advocates who have appeared before you. They have demonstrated extremely high standards of decorum and courtesy, and have also demonstrated a flair for persuasion of the court, including the use of PowerPoints, and of course the now famous Pinky Pinky Ponky mimic. But all that really, I'm sure, has demonstrated, especially to the younger members of the society, how to conduct themselves before the court and how to really prepare a persuasive brief. And we thank all the advocates who appeared before this court for the good work that they have done. And of course, as a society, we feel extremely proud that they have been able to raise the profile of the advocates in this country a notch higher from their presentation. So, my lady and my lord, it's not lost to us that at the end of these proceedings, and once we are able to get your judgment after 21 days, that it is democracy and the Kenyan people who are the winners. The decision today, in a way, validates the choices that were made by the Kenyan people on the 8th of August, and they also help to build confidence in the institutions that manage the elections and the court. We recognize that no country is born as a democracy, and that it is a process, and the process of challenging an election, as has happened before this court, is part of the processes of building confidence within the electoral system, and we thank all the petitioners for choosing to challenge the results before this court. But at the end of the day, Kenya stands tall as a beacon of democracy, and we are very grateful that we've had this opportunity also as a law society to appear before the court and to give an amicus brief which the court has had time to consider. So we thank you and we wish you a good day. I know it has been a long 14 days, but you can rest, and we'll be looking forward to the decision that you deliver within 21 days. Thank you so much, my lady and justices of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been asked by the President of our court to react to your submissions, and in so doing, I am obliged to say that we are truly humbled by the statements that you have just made. More humbled because those statements come from both sides of the divide. And thank you for appreciating what we have to do within a very short while. Thank you for appreciating that it wasn't our wish that we were doing what we were doing. We were doing the wish of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the laws of the Republic, the facts of the cases that you placed before us, and the evidence in rebuttal. We know that, and we have repeatedly said this, the President and I, whenever we have had time to talk to you in other fora, that we are incomplete without this side of the bar. We are incomplete without the advocates. We thank you. We will get opportunity to do that in the main judgment, in the reasoned judgment. But we really appreciate your industry. We were impressed by the submissions you took. And we were impressed, and we said this the last 3 days, I'll tell you something about that in a minute, by how deeply you believed in your clients' cases. That we think is a mark of an extremely grown legal profession, and we ask that you do not bring the bar down. You keep taking it up. In any contest of whatever nature, and even if we say there are no winners and losers, and even if we say that the winners are the Constitution and the people of Kenya, the truth is that some 6 million Kenyans will not be happy today. But that's the nature of the work we do. What we hope, and we hope you can advise your clients and our brothers and sisters that are the Kenyan people, that is what was expected. One side had to win. One side had to be in total or a great extent of compliance with the Constitution and electoral law than the other side. That's how we saw it. We thank you very much. We, the 7 of us, have not slept since we parted company on Friday. I think it is showing on our faces. And we thank you that you appreciate that we work under difficult circumstances, especially because of time. As ground rules, we agreed when we left you here on Friday that we would not pick any of your cause. A lot of you called us, but we just couldn't pick your cause. And I hope you understand that we couldn't. We saw that you were trying to call us, but we just could not pick the cause. I hope you understand. And now if you allow us, again, on behalf of these 7 men and women, thank you very much for appreciating what we have to do. Thank you for giving us the honor to serve this country in these capacities. And let's hope that we can continue to grow our democracy this way. And thank you very much for everything you also do for the country. And now you allow us to go home and sleep.
Thank you. The court is adjourned.
Very well, there you have it. William Samoei Arap Ruto is officially Kenya's 5th president after that win. His win was affirmed by the Apex Court there. They say once you've cleared the bush, you cannot hide it in it anymore, where the Apex Court judges have cleared the 9 bushes that were standing between William Ruto and his win and given the clean bill of health to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. While there are some issues here and there at the IEBC, yes, but that did not warrant the annulment, and they have affirmed that democracy and Kenyans are the winners. All the 7 judges, it was a unanimous decision, all the 7 judges have upheld that win. Ray?
Indeed, yes. I was just thinking about those 9 bushes there. And there was one of the issues that rather came out, and this one we actually saw.
Yeah, indeed, William Ruto is the president-elect, and as soon as he is sworn in next week on Monday, then he officially gets into the Kenyan history books as Kenya's 5th president. That is after all the 7 judges said yes, indeed. And talking about the bushes or the petition, the final orders being the presidential petition has been dismissed. The election was valid and carried out in a manner that was free, fair, and verifiable. And as you see from the pictures on your screen live from Uasin Gishu, Yosonyeri, and Milimani, and let me correct myself there, the swearing in will be next week on Tuesday. As you can see, jubilation in Nyeri, the yellow colors, the people there, the UDA colors, the UDA logo there, people celebrating the win. It's not anything different from the picture above, that is in Uasin Gishu. As you can see there, people had to brave the heavy rain, the heavy downpour in Uasin Gishu to ensure that they listen keenly to one of their own, William Ruto, hailing from that county. And as I had alluded to earlier, is that all the 9 issues have been dispensed with. And talking about the technology failing and integrity verifiability, that has also been dismissed. Actually, one of the key issues that all Kenyans we were looking at is the 50+1, and from what the judges have talked about there, giving us calculated and verified reports, say that yes, indeed, William Ruto did hit the 50%+1 as required by the law. And also, did the irregularities affect the final outcome? Yes, indeed, there were here and there, but that did not warrant the irregularities did not warrant the annulment of that presidential election. Was there interference, transmission of Form 34A, uploading of Form 34A? No evidence presented, according to the 7 judges, to show interference on the form before or during the uploading. That has also been dispensed. And also, they're talking about the postponement of the election in 8 electoral units that has also been acted upon and said it was a genuine mistake and IEBC should have examined the template, but it was not a calculated move to suppress voters in the 8 electoral units. Another issue that has been dispensed with is whether the IEBC tallied verified results as required in Article 138.3 and 138.10 of the Constitution. Yes, indeed, they did that. Right?
Now, some of the issues there, and I'd want us to zero in on that one of the fifth, the number 5 of the issues, whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. This is an issue that has perennially been questioned whenever we've had presidential petitions. We saw this happen in 2013, we saw this happen in 2017, and also now in 2022. But now, issue number 6 on the conduct, and this heavily lied on the conduct of the IEBC as the agent that was in charge or in as far as oversight is concerned, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138.3C and 138.10 of the Constitution. Here we had the 7-judge bench actually go further to even issue a recommendation, and I'd want to paraphrase there with the CJ, their Chief Justice Martha Koome, saying that there are far-reaching reforms required of the IEBC, and thus pointing at serious grievances in as far as governance of the IEBC is concerned. However, no information shows that the election was compromised, and also questioned the participation of the dissenting 4 commissioners there, questioning why they participated up until the last minute. And very curiously there, she further pointed out and said that it was a last minute, an 11th hour boardroom rapture. I'd want to bring in the views of our lawyer here, Gibson Gisore, in regard to that particular issue, the verification, tallying and declaration of results, and the implications it has therein into the conduct of the IEBC and also the conduct of the chair. These have been adversely mentioned by the petitioners and now the judges while actually doing the pronouncement of the verdict therein. So what is your take in regard to that, Gisore?
Regina, I think first, before I go into into answering your question, let me congratulate William Ruto the 5th, because that is now a momentous occasion for the country, because we have been through this electioneering period for the longest, now that we have a president-elect, substantive.
Now, talking about a president-elect, our viewers, what you're seeing on your screens is live pictures from the current residence there. We are also having live pictures from that is Nyeri jubilation, as you can see. Kenyans celebrating now the Supreme Court there, unanimously upholding the election of William Ruto as the 5th president. He is currently William Ruto president-elect. We expect that the swearing in is going to take place within 7 days after this particular judgment has been made. That makes it effectively September 13th. That is Tuesday. On your split screen there, you're having different views there. We have Nyeri there in celebration. We are having sights and scenes also from current residents. And we're also having pictures from Uasin Gishu County, County 2, 027 there, and in Eldoret. Seemingly a calm crowd there celebrating that particular decision by the IEBC, by the Supreme Court there, upholding the election of William Ruto as president-elect. His swearing-in ceremony will be on the 13th of September, 7 days after the pronouncement there by the 7-judge bench. They are led by none other than Chief Justice Martha Koome. 9 issues were brought forth, and they failed the test of time, so to speak, to have a nullification of his election there. Now, Gisora, you were giving your opinion in regard to the impact.
Yes, as I was saying, I want to congratulate William the 5th.
Now, sorry, let me interject there. Let's have a listen in to lead counsel, senior counsel and governor-elect Siaya James Orengo there in Mani.
Are we all right? First and foremost, I want to thank our team of lawyers. As we know, we are a team of nearly 50 lawyers, and we have been working very hard for the last 14 days, this being the final day. Secondly, we want to thank our clients, the petitioner number 1, Raila Amolo Odinga, petitioner number 2, Martha Karua, and other eminent persons in this team, including Senior Counsel Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, for having their trust and confidence in this team of lawyers to prosecute their case in petition number 5, which has been consolidated with other petitions and put their case before the Supreme Court. I want to say without a fear of contradiction that we do not agree with the decision of the Supreme Court. Like Al Gore, I will say we accept the decision, but we do not agree with it. And I am saying this as a seasoned practitioner that courts sometimes make mistakes which have to be corrected over time. Courts make political decisions. As you know, in the United States of America, there has been a long-standing case that has been held as universal truth of jurisprudence involving women's rights, Roe versus Wade. It took them 50 years to overturn that case because of a Republican Congress and a Republican president and a Supreme Court that was basically appointed by Republicans. And therefore, I want to say, yes, in accordance with the law, we got to accept this decision as the law of the land. But I think it is a very ideological decision. I think there are a lot of what was said in the judgment, and we'll have time when that judgment comes out to put out a critique. But all it means is that in our jurisprudence, the petitioners will always have a big burden to carry when you have an electoral commission which is not open and transparent. The best way for this court to have made a decision was with the servers to be fully opened and all the election materials be placed before the court, as would happen in a case where justice has to be rendered. As you know, and I am saying this again without fear of contradiction, we wanted a comprehensive audit of not only the technology that was applied by the Electoral Commission, but we wanted a audit, although time was of the essence, but I think we had sufficient time to carry out a proper audit, including looking at the issue of the foreign intruders, the Venezuelans, which you'd notice the court avoided in making any comment about those intrusions and invasions of the system, the technology, the IT structure. That again, the court did not refer to, but probably in the judgment, the recent judgment that is coming on the 21st, they will say something about it. And therefore, I want to end by saying the rule of law should prevail. The court normally has the last word in making a statement as to what is the law of the land. But as citizens who are sovereign, we're entitled to disagree and disagree very vehemently. I think the court, in conducting the proceedings during the hearing, I think they were patient. They listened to us. It is only the outcome that we do not agree with. Finally, I think our clients, the two petitioners, Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua, may be addressing another press conference but we are happy to talk to you on this issue.
And have a watertight case, but we saw them talking about forgeries and wild goose chase. Did that surprise you?
No, I mean forgeries. When the DCI, the Director of Criminal Investigations, what we put before the court, a lot of it was from an agency of government. I didn't see them talking about similar incidents in matters concerning the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That's why I was saying it was a little ideological. They were looking for things on which to destroy our case, but similarly not taking sufficient time to look at what happened on the other side. And that will be another story for another day.
Would you admit you might not have been well prepared for this case?
We were very well prepared.
What are the
I think compared to 2017, we were a lot more well prepared.
What would be the 2 or 3 points of mistake that you say the court might have made mistake on that?
In 50% plus 1, I think they were ideological. We are using the baseline of total registered voters in the land as against those who turned out to vote. If you read any legal material on what should be a turnout, including the Black's Law Dictionary, turnout is normally based on the registered members in a country as against those who turn out to vote. So there are so many other examples we can take up.
What is your take given you lost on all the key 8 issues you lost?
The issues that the court formulated, but we're quite happy to live with it and talk about it another time. Philip, you want to say something?
Just on the idea that we lost on all 8-9 points, we find it incredible that that could be the holding of the court. In more than several of those cases, we had overwhelming evidence. As my senior counsel, Mr. Orengo says, the servers were not opened. The involvement of the Venezuelans for a full month before, half a month before the elections and up to the 16th of August was not explained. No, it wasn't even offered. Perhaps a little distressed on the over-reliance of a registrar's report that has no input from us. That report was completely silent on the failure to open the servers. The servers, repeat, the servers have all the answers. The exact role, we provided evidence that the Venezuelans were downloading documents, creating documents, and generating documents. None of that was touched. But as my colleague says, we hope they'll address all this in the final judgment. As somebody has said, it's incredible that we could lose on all points and they could win on all points. But as Senior has explained, it's probably the ideological aspect of this judgment.
Are you still confident on the 21st it will be a different ruling?
No. They have tied their hands. They can't get out of it. They have given their final decision. It's now a question of them finding the reasons for those findings and justifying them. It's not always easy, but I think they have some time to do it.
The other thing that I found a little bit disturbing is the presentation of the Form 34A by somebody I really respect as an advocate, Julie Soweto. It was described as hot hair, but you could see when that evidence was being adduced before the court, how engaged even the justices were. So I found it rather odd for them to describe it as hot air. I think that's why I'm saying this is ideological, because they would have said on the evidence presented, we find there was more weight as to the evidence which was adduced by the other side. But to say that it was hot air and it was a document coming from the Electoral Commission, I found it very, very disturbing.
If I may explain a little further on that point made by Julie Soweto in the petition, that gentleman, Camargo's name was not supposed to be on Form 34A. If at all he was involved in this election, he was involved on the technology side. So to find it anywhere near a Form 34A raised more questions than answers. There was silence. And of course, on the issue of the famous 34A that Julie was describing, it was found to have been signed by the agents of UDA and UDM on the 7th, which is before the elections. No mention was made of that. So many things, many questions, perhaps more questions than answers, but it is the decision of the court. They have to live with it just as we have. Is that all? Thank you.
Professor Agenda may want to say something. Okay. Sawa.
Kazi ya mkono hii.
Well, that is the first press conference held by the petitioner's lawyer, Raila Odinga's lawyers. They are led by Senior Counsel James Orengo and Philip Murgor. And as I said, is that they are opposed to that judgment. Let's hear what the Nyeri governor has to say in regards to the same, but we will be crossing over there to know exactly their sentiments or sampling some of the sentiments of leaders. As you have seen, Uasin Gishu is packed, as you can see on your screen. There are also, as you can see, in Nyeri as well. Earlier on, we had a live feed from the president-elect residents in Karen, but the live picture that you can see on your screen is live from Uasin Gishu, where it is the home of the president-elect William Ruto. And indeed, as you can see, they have braved the rain to just listen up to the whole judgment by the 7 judges, and they are elated. As you can see, earlier on they were dancing to that, but as the lawyers representing the petitioner have talked about is that despite the overwhelming evidence, they say that without any fear of contradiction, they do not agree with the decision and say that mistakes are to be corrected over time, challenged availing of election materials for comprehensive audit, but they say that they will look at the judgment keenly after the 21 days that the judges have talked about, so that they may give a more detailed report on the same. They say they were more prepared than the year 2017. Ray, they say that they were even more prepared than 2017. Yes. And looking at all the issues were trended on by the 7 apex judges for a unanimous decision as well.
Indeed. And yes, Troy, yes, that is something that has come up there from Senior Counsel James Orengo there, who was leading a contingent of at least 42 lawyers, for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition there, putting off some of the prayers that they wanted. And they're saying, well, history has taught them something else, something new. In as much as they were prepared, well, it did not go their way. And they have picked that issue that all they have not even have had a single win or reprieve in all the 9 issues that the Supreme Court judges were making a decision on. And they said they even had some quite weighty evidence in some of the prayers that they sought. Remember, the question is, one of the issues was whether there was interference in the uploading of the transmission of the Form 34A from the polling stations to the IEBC public portal. This being the second issue that was they were seeking to have a judgment all. However, according to the Supreme Court judges there, who are unanimous in their decision that saw the upholding of William Ruto as president-elect, that no credible evidence was presented to show interference, as well as the judges went further to just say that even with the findings of the scrutiny of 14 polling stations, there was no evidence, and that all the forms that were uploaded at the portal vis-a-vis what they found after scrutiny of the 14 polling stations is that the documents that were uploaded by the IEBC portal vis-a-vis what was found after that scrutiny that was ordered by the Supreme Court is that the documents were original and did tally. Then also they said that another issue that took is that whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidate and other elective positions, while declaring the judgment there that are reading out the judgment is that yet this is Martha Koome there said that this was an unproven hypothesis and there were no rendering them insignificant discrepancies to have the 7-judge bench nullify the election of William Ruto as president-elect in the August 9th polls. Those are just some of the live pictures of what is happening in various parts of the country, including Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, and a bit of CBD there. We'll be having a listen into what is happening in Karen, where we understand that leaders under the UDA, the Kenya Kwanza coalition there, are meeting, having a meetup there, lunch, and maybe we're expecting that President-elect William Ruto is going to be addressing the leaders therein, as well as the public, being his first address officially after the judgment that has been delivered there by the Apex Court there. Now, among the issues that came up was, for determination was the issue on the verification, tallying and declaration of results at Troy there. And this bordered on also the conduct of the IEBC as an oversight body when it comes to matters of election, as well as the conduct of the commissioners and the conduct of the IEBC chair. Therein, we saw the Apex Court give recommendations, quoting and saying that their far-reaching reforms are required within the IEBC, and maybe this is something that we are likely to see prioritized once the president-elect has been sworn in on September 13th. This happens to be Tuesday there, given that after delivering that particular verdict is that no information shows that the election was compromised, and also questioning the participation of the dissenting 4 commissioners there, and quoting that, other than seeing a last-minute boardroom rapture, and I'm using the words carefully there as used by the Chief Justice there, were delivering this particular judgment. So Troy would want to have this conversation then. Are we seeing what key areas should the president-elect, once sworn in, focus on based on the issues that have been raised in this particular petition? Mm-hmm. Maybe we can rope in our panel here that has been with us since morning and is still here with us pre and post judgment. Mm-hmm. Troy.
Indeed. For me, if you ask me as a journalist, one thing I would actually urge the president is to unite Kenyans. Of course, every election leaves some groups that divide, some divisions here and there, and I believe that would be a good platform to start from, reaching out to the other side so that Kenyans, looking at the election cycle in Kenya is quite extended, and it would be good if we put all matters, politics and election aside, and then have a working government. That's me. And of course, we can bring in our experts. We are joined by 2 lawyers. We have been having Gibson Gisore, who is a constitutional lawyer since morning, and also we also have Henry Kurauka, who is also a constitutional lawyer. And perhaps we have not even touched on how you guys have perceived that being officers of the court. Henry.
Yes, thank you very much. I do agree with the Supreme Court. Courts do not determine matters through speculations or hearsay or assumptions. Mm. The court are guided by facts, law, and merits of each case. And you can see the judges have been able to answer all the issues that were raised by the same court, and I do that their findings are illegal because they are the only 2 alternatives, either to validate or invalidate the elections. That is the power of the court. Mm-hmm. The other thing I would like to state is that for the entire judgment, that's where we may find the recommendations. That is, within 21 days, we will be able to read the entire judgment and try to see the recommendations brought by the Supreme Court. These recommendations may be done by the government, IEBC, which is an independent organ, or our parliament, because some may require legal amendments. The other thing I would like to say is that courts do not conduct the elections. It is the IEBC, and therefore it would be unreasonable to expect the Supreme Court to declare any person as elected. Finally, Ben, I would like to say that now we have leaders, and congratulations for the leaders who have been elected. What we need now is to embrace constitutionalism, core values, whereby the leaders are able to adhere to the rule of law, to embrace the good ideas of governance, core values, integrity, and to act in good faith, because they have a time to serve Kenyans. And for Kenyans, this is the time now, I want to say, back to green. We go back to our usual activities, our day-to-day, because at the end of the day, people of Kenya are the sovereign according to our constitutions. So we have to embrace peace, we have to be, brotherly and sisterly, and ensure that no violence or any activities that may affect our peace. Perhaps I would take this opportunity to say congratulations to our president-elect who will be sworn on 13th of September, which is a public holiday by dint of the presidential assumption office.
And just a quick one. What stood out for you as a lawyer and in regards to that judgment, and bearing in mind all judges affirmed and all issues were thrown out?
Yes, one thing that came out very clearly is the unanimous judgment. It is very rare to find the judges agreeing on every aspect, every issue in the pleadings. The second thing is their analysis and their findings in all the issues. It came out very well. They were able to link the role of IBC as a body corporate, where they raised issues of technical team. Remember, returning officers, presiding officers, the technical team, and many persons play a part. So it is one body corporate. And the way they were able to interpret Section 138, subsection 3C, which refers to IBC to render credible and transparent elections vis-a-vis Article 138, subsection 10, that gives the chairperson power to declare presidential elections. The other thing is, of course, the issue of irregularities and the standards to annul or invalidate elections. Remember, election matters have higher standards than in civil matters, where it is balance of probabilities, and lower standards in criminal matters, where it is beyond reasonable doubt. And the judge is saying allegations of fraud, criminality, and so on are matters that require very high standards of proof, and they are beyond the jurisdiction of the court.
Gisore, let me throw the ball to you. What really stood out in that judgment that has just been delivered by the 7 judges?
For me, Bentro, is the fact that we've been here with you analyzing this election, and I think I've been very consistent that I really didn't see any much of an issue with this election. My only concern was the boardroom rapture, which has been stated in point number 6, and that for me was very dear to my heart, because when I saw that happening during the announcement, I thought that that was very wrong, and that has been actually been cleared out in that we have seen the judges say that that was an corporate working for purposes of the IBC, and then there should be recommendations. I think more training should be conducted on how they should behave and on how they should be able to conduct their in-house affairs, because the law is very clear, and the law has been very clear. The courts have really found in favor of the president-elect that and IBC that indeed they did their job, but save for the last bit where we saw some of them seceding and trying to do a presser outside, which was wrong. And now, as Kenyans, we need to focus. We need to go back to our jobs. We to actually do that, which because as one of I'm sorry to quote this, one of the advocates for Kenya Kwanza did mention that, this case was all about a lot of noise with nothing, over nothing. But indeed, the opposition, we have seen Senior Counsel Orengo do state that it's unfortunate for them that their side really didn't actually didn't win on any of the issues. But the judges, I think, have been very clear. They have been able to itemize point by point by stating that, yes, this came by, this was the response, and this is what we found, that indeed they didn't reach the threshold. I told people that the case was a very good case, but what matters is the evidence, now, because courts rule on evidence.
Now, Gesore, since you've brought us to that point, the issue of, in your opinion, as a legal mind, what caused the Azimio camp this particular petition, from where you sit?
Evidence. Evidence.
But everything claims to have had, actually, if we just go back to what Senior Counsel Orengo said, and also Philip Murko there, part of the team there, they said that in some areas they had concrete evidence.
This evidence did not move the court that indeed it was qualitative enough. They came with a lorry full of evidence, but it was not qualitative enough. Because if you listen to Martha Koome read the judgment, she was very articulate that this was the allegation on this petition. This is the response we got. And we didn't find it. And then she goes on to qualify their statement that we looked at it from both ways. Some of them were actually realized to be, and then the key issues which they were relying on were actually sensationalized, which is really unfortunate because it's good for the media, but as a legal mind, from where I stood, I only told people, I only hoped that, because you are trying to annul the will of the people, you need to come with alternative numbers. There were no alternative numbers. That's where, key for me was point number 5 and point number 7. Once those ones did not meet the threshold, I knew this thing was already gone. Yes.
What is the likely fate of IEBC going forward, looking at the recommendations that has been made by the Apex Court in regard to that there needs to be, a review, so to speak, reforms are required within the IEBC? What impact will this recommendation, is it likely to have?
I will only wait for the judgment in 21 days, I think, if I'm not wrong, Martha Koome said, to see what kind of recommendations they are giving. Because for me, IBC is at the center, is the man at the center of this election. And we need them to act in concert. So we need to actually demarcate the role of the chairman and the commission vis-a-vis the commissioners, because that's where the big issue came. We didn't have any issue with the commission, which was tallying and verifying. And then the aspect that who is given what, because Nyangaya was trying to state that, I'm the one in charge of IT, but I was not involved. So those are some of the issues we want set out. Is it that once you've been given a role, what is your district? Now we have to do in-house our housekeeping for the IBC, and that's really unfortunate for us because we expect them to do that for themselves.
Now let's have a listen into what is happening on ground. These are just various sights and scenes. We are currently in Eldoret, which happens to be in Uasin Gishu County, County 2, 027 there, and as you can see, Kenyans have come out in significant numbers, so to speak, and they're celebrating. We understand there were some showers, but this did not keep them out from, celebrating here. That the Apex Court there, 7 judges have unanimously upheld the election of William Ruto as president-elect, and we expect in the next 7 days he's going to be sworn in. 7 days from now is going to be the 13th of September. These are just sights and scenes happening in Uasin Gishu County. Let's just
nataka muwapatie ile wimbo ya William ya kusema Bwana usehemu yangu, rafiki yangu wewe katika safari.
Now let's head to Kirinyaga.
Yeah, indeed, those are live pictures from Uasin Gishu. But let's cross over now to Kirinyaga County. We noticed there were some celebrations as well. An opinion and also just some sights and sounds and also reactions of residents in Kirinyaga, where as you can see they just celebrating. We heard Uasin Gishu and in Nyeri. I saw somebody ask what the governor was speaking about there, but unfortunately he was speaking in the local tongue. And so as soon as we have those speeches in Swahili and English, we'll be crossing over to just get a feel of the reaction of leaders. Earlier on in Karen, as you had seen in some pictures earlier on, we heard is that a lot of leaders elected on a UDN Kenya Kwanza ticket were there and they were watching it as a group. We do, of course, expect a link from there. We expect the president-elect to be making one. And let's have some reactions from Nyeri County now. And that is Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga there leading there. Some prayers there at the Nyeri CBD, where, as you can see, it's jam-packed with jubilant supporters of Kenya Kwanza, UDA colors dotting the streets and singing. Rigathi Gachagua, who is the deputy president-elect, hails from this county, so you have to be keeping a keen eye on that. And we, of course, we expect a lot of reactions from leaders there. And as you can see, we are back. There we have some videos from Kirinyaga on the bottom left, and we have Uasin Gishu on the on the right of your screen. And if my director can guide me on the bottom right of their screen, this should be images from Kisumu, right, my director? Anyway, it's just we're just keeping a keen eye and traversing county after county, just getting some of the reactions after the Apex Court made its determination on the presidential election, which all the 7 judges have affirmed President-elect William Ruto, setting stage for the swearing in on Tuesday next week. Ray?
And the question is, now that this particular verdict is out there, what lies ahead for IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati? Maybe we can hear from our counsels there. We listened to Henry Kurauka there. What does this mean? Because he has been adversely mentioned in this course of this particular petition. And however, we have not had any criminal charges inferred on him, and this particular judgment does it exonerate the chair? Counsel Henry Kurauka, what's your take?
In my view, the judges rather declined to discuss issues of criminal culpability because that is not their jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction is to establish and make a decision on presidential elections, whether it is valid or invalid. If there are other issues of criminality, I believe in their full judgment, they will make recommendations as to how the process should be handled. And that commences from the lower court, from the magistrates' courts, because that's where criminal cases start. Then High Court for appeal or Court of Appeal. The other thing that we need to mention is that the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is limited. Parties brought in so many matters, so many issues that were not relevant as provided in our Constitution. And therefore, a lot of things were sideshows, and I do agree with the judges. Finally, he who alleges must prove. That is the basic fact. And any court will only be persuaded by evidence presented, by facts, pleadings, and the law. Not innuendos, not social media, not assumptions, and so on. Thank you.
And still on the same, I remember Senior Counsel there, James Orengo, talking about, and even Philip Mugol talking about, we are waiting for the comprehensive report on the same, and you've talked about the court lacking the jurisdiction for the culpabilities. What happens to reports by, of course, there's the IBC report, there's a report by the Supreme Court registrar in regards to the boxes that were tallied, and the DCI report that was presented in court in regards to the Venezuelans. What remedies can they have?
Right. The remedies could be of criminal nature if proved. However, in my view, today's judgment settles issues as far as presidential elections are concerned in 2022. No person can reopen these issues. However, where there are criminal issues, those issues can be dealt with in accordance with the law. And I'm informed there are a number of criminal cases pending relating to the election process, because if the returning officer or presiding officers commit a crime under Elections Act, they should be punished as per the law. But let me say this fight by the commissioners is wanting. We must condemn it. And in future, we want a united corporate entity. Let all commissioners sit down and resolve issues in-house, because coming to the public is not only threatening our peace, but it is also sending a very unfortunate image to the world, considering that IBC is an independent body. It cannot be influenced by any other party under our Constitution.
Indeed. And perhaps to come to you, Gisore, I know this is not the right time to bring this up, but it's something that, of course, it has to be heard. That is, of course, there was a petition that had been filed in court even before the petition by Raila Odinga. There was a petition filed in court in regards to the swearing in of President-elect. What happens? It's still pending in court.
Bentro, I guess, yes, there was that petition, I think, by Senior Counsel Kibe?
Kibe, yes.
It was the advocate representing. Mm-hmm. I really haven't heard much about it. Mm-hmm. I am not sure whether it was even given a date, or if it was given a date, was it before this period or after? Because if it's given after, then it means the swearing in will just go on if there were no conservatory orders. We could only be discussing about it if there were conservatory orders issued that indeed that cannot be able to go on till that matter is heard and determined. But in the event that there was no indication or any intimation from the court that that is the issue, that they are issuing conservatory orders for the swearing in of the president-elect and the deputy, then it means the process will go on as usual, and then the matter will later be heard and determined with whatever orders which will be issued. Then, of course, it means it didn't move the court to see that it was necessary to issue orders to stop that particular swearing in.
And Kurauka, looking at all the presidential petitions that we've had, the Apex Court had the opportunity to have a look at. We are seeing quite a paradigm shift from all other judgments. Indeed, you did say that the court is not bound by its own precedent, but this is the first time that we are having all the issues struck out and all the judges affirming.
Yes, and I commend the Supreme Court for that. Indeed, the IMBC chair appears to have followed the last Supreme Court judgment to the letter. That was his greatest defense. He came with it, he said, I complied with each and every recommendation. I with my colleague, as far as presidential election is concerned, today it is the end of the game. There is nothing that can stop the swearing and assumption of powers of our newer president. On the 13th of this month, expect Dr. William Samoei Ruto to be our president. That cannot be changed. And you see the Supreme Court in the BBI case was very clear that a sitting president cannot be taken to court over any other matter, whether criminal or civil matter or otherwise. And that now creates one irresistible conclusion that all the other petitions in the lower court will have to collapse, either be withdrawn or struck out by the various courts. Thank you.
And are we likely to see something emanate from all the lawyers I've talked about? They are waiting for that comprehensive report after 21 days. Can it affect anything later on? Other than that, I'm talking about the laws and how IBC perhaps conducts itself, the DCI. But hold the thought. Let's first of all cross over to Mombasa to have a feel of how the residents there have been following up on this petition. Junei?
Right, we're coming to you live from the streets of Mombasa, and it's a whole lot of mixed reactions from the residents of Mombasa. Some of them are celebrating, some of them it's a somber mood. Let me just get a feel of what they have to say concerning the ruling. Tuananza na nani, karibu sana. Pito huu pande wangu huu. Tuambie unaitwa nani na songa tu nyuma hapo. Unaitwa nani na uamuzi huu mpokeleaje?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Abubakari Maganga, ndio jina langu, lakini uamuzi umekuwa mzuri, nashukuru kwa sababu at least uamuzi wa mahakama ulifata demokrasia na uamuzi haukuwa mbaya. Lakini muhimu kabisa ambacho mimi naweza nikasema kama Mkenya ni kwamba mimi naweza nikasema ya kwamba pande zote mbili tumepata ushindi. Upande wa baba na upande wa Ruto, sote tumepata ushindi kwa sababu sisi ni Wakenya. Inatakikana kwa sasa tuweke tofauti zetu kando ili kama inawezekana tuweze kujenga nchi yetu, kwa sababu tunaona ya kwamba shida ni nyingi, pesa hakuna, kazi hakuna. Kwa hivyo najua challenge iko kwa William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu alitupatia ahadi nyingi ambazo tunajua ya kwamba atazikamilisha Mungu akimwezesha. Kwa hivyo tunamuombea kila laheri, akiapishwa aweze kutusaidia kwa mambo mengi ambayo tulikuwa tunatarajia kutoka kwake. Na sana sana kitu ambacho pia vile vile tunaona anaweza kutusaidia ni hii kitu inaitwa bottom up, kwa sababu bottom up tunataka kuiona sasa ikifanya kazi in really, kwa sababu alikuwa akitueleza kisiasa, lakini kwa sababu sasa ashaingia kwa serikali ataweza kutuonyesha bottom up itamsaidia nini mwananchi wa kawaida. Na kitu ambacho pia vile vile sisi kama wakaaji wa Mombasa tunamuomba sana Ruto aweze kutusaidia kama itawezekana, aturudishie poti kutoka kule ije huku, at least zile kazi na zile offices ziwe zinaweza kuja huku, at least Mombasa yetu iweze kufanya nini, iweze kuamka. Na kitu kingine pia Ruto namuomba aweze kufanya kazi na wanasiasa wote na Wakenya wote, asibague Mkenya huyu ama Mkenya huyu, afanye kazi kama kiongozi wa Wakenya.
Maombi shupavu sana hapa. Wacha nipate, songea tu hapa karibu. Uko upande gani, huzuni ama furaha?
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Douglas, ni memba wa Borana, bunge la wananchi hapa Borana Mombasa. Kwa saa hii tumekubaliana na maamuzi ya mahakama, na kama Wakenya na kama wananchi wa Kenya, kitu kia muhimu kwanza ni tusikane, tuendelee na maisha yetu. Kitu ya pili, president ambaye amekuwa elected today as a 50th president, hakuna kibarua kigumu. Ya kwanza, yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anatupatia hopes, na saa hii imefika time tunatakikana kuona hayo matunda ya hopes zetu. Najua by that time ilikuwa
za campaign,
ni semi za campaign, lakini Wakenya wameweka kwa kiria ngiwa mmoja wao. Na kitu cha pili, yeye kama kiongozi na huyu mwenzake walikuwa wanashindana na yeye, wote wako na wafuasi. Kitu tulikuwa tunaomba Mheshimiwa Ruto aite wale viongozi wengine chini for the stability of the country, ndio tuendelee tuweke Kenya yetu kuwe mbele. Kenya ni kubwa kuliko hao viongozi kidogo, na sisi tunawajagua wao tuongoze sisi. Kwa hayo majaji kutoka hapa bunge la wananchi Borana, na malizia hapo.
Songa hapa, tuambie jina lako tu na utuambie hivi leo umeipokeaje. Songa nyuma tu kidogo dadi. Tuambie unaitwaje. Songa nyuma tu. Waitwaje na umepokea vipi?
Mimi naitwa Ahmed Shipuku, mkazi wa Mombasa. Nimepokea matangazo hayo kwa uzuri sana. Kwanza nawaombea sana wale majudges, kama watakuwako 2027 2032 watoe uamuzi kama huo kwa mtu yeyote ambaye atakuwa hajaridhika. Na kwa wale ambao walikuwa wamepeleka hii kesi mahakamani, walikuwa wamesema wanataka kujua ukweli, wako tayari kukubali matokeo, lakini wajue ukweli wameambiwa, na kama hawajaambiwa naomba mahakama iwapelekee copies ya ile judgment yao, wasome waelewe, ili watumie hii judgment kujirekebisha kwa sababu ya kesho.
Unatarajia uongozi wa William Ruto hapa katika kaunti ya Mombasa itabadili nini? Natarajia uongozi wa Ruto ufuate manifesto namna alivyotuambia, asiende nje ya manifesto yake, na hata kama itakuwa na maana kwamba ushuru uongezeke kwa watu ili apate kutekeleza manifesto yake, tuko tayari. Asante. Niambie tu unaitwa nani? Umepokeaje? Uko wapi kwanza? Uko kwa huzuni ama umefurahia?
Mimi nimepokea haya matokeo kwa furaha, kwa sababu hivyo ndio nilikuwa natarajia na hivyo ndio imetokea. Lakini ile ningeweza kusema kwamba katika election hakuna ruhusa. All of us we are winners, because mwenye amechaguliwa hawezi kuja kuongoza watu wa UDA na watu ni ataongoza wa Kenya kwa uchumura. Na sisi Kenya tuwajua hii nchi imeenda mpaka uchumi umeenda chini kabisa, na huo uchumi tukienda kwa supermarket hatuna watu wa ODM, hatuna watu wa Simio, sisi wote ni familia moja. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kiongozi ameingia mamlakani, especially Kenya tuko na brokers wengi, ambapo unaangalia katika kila sehemu. Kama hapa Mombasa tuna familia ambao zina control Mombasa. Tunataka Kenya kama ni election tunaenda iwe si election ya family fulani inakuja inasema tunataka kupiga nini, tunataka kucheza hiyo nini. Tuwe ni mtu yoyote ambaye anaweza simama achaguliwe, kama vile tumeona kwamba Anasura Kanikam. Ukiangalia katika Levity vile kuna watu mpaka walikuwa wanaenda na mkokoteni, sasa ni wabunge. Kwa hivyo ile naweza kusema ni kwamba zote ni washindi.
Those are just sentiments of the residents of Mombasa. One key point that I have noted is that there is no winner or loser in this race, and that every side, depending whether they were supporters or losers in this election, they should come together and work and to move Kenya forward. So I'm still with the residents of Mombasa County. I'll be bringing you more feedback or more of their celebrations, or some of them I know. I have interacted with them. They have not received the results well, so we'll be bringing you these reactions a little bit on with the bulletin. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, June Karisa, sampling some of the sentiments of residents of Mombasa live from the CBD. And from Mombasa, of course, they're optimistic that the president now will ensure that inclusivity and reach out. Quite some powerful sentiments there. Let's now cross over to Kirinyaga County, where we have our own Khalid Abdullahi, who has been keeping a keen eye on the happenings at the Supreme Court live from Kirinyaga County, and joins us with this report. Khalid?
Sadakta kabisa mwenzangu Ben Troy, njoo huko studioni katika makao makuu ya shirika la KBC kule Nairobi, na tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga, hususan katika soko la Kirogoya Market, ambapo baada ya mahakama ya upeo kutupilia mbali ile kesi ambayo iliwasilishwa na kinara ama kiongozi wa Azimio la One Kenya kutupiliwa mbali siku hii ya leo, kulikuwa na sherehe ya si cha haja hapa katika eneo la Kirogoya, ambapo wakazi katika eneo hili wameonekana kusherehekea uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo. Na katika pitapita zetu tumepata kuwaona kuwa wakisherehekea vigelegele, nderemo, vifijo ya aina yake imeonekana hapa katika soko la Kirogoya. Na nataka tu nikupatie tu taswira kamili, kwani sitaki kutumia mate ilhali wino uko. Nataka kuongea na moja ya wakilishi wa eneo hili ambapo anafahamika kama Eric Muchina, angalau atupatie tu maoni yake na ni nini hasa wanatarajia. Karibu sana kwa KBC, shirika la KBC, angalau utupatie maono yako na jinsi taarifa hiyo imekufikia.
Kwanza kabisa ni kuwashukuru wakaaji wa Kirogoya. Majina ni Eric Muchina, mwakilishi wa wodi eneo la Kirogoya. Kwanza kabisa tulikuwa na matumaini makubwa sana, na tukasema leo ni leo, asemaye kesho ni muongo. Na tumeshukuru majaji 7 ambao wametoa uamuzi siku ya leo, na wakaidhinisha kuwa rais wetu wa 5 ni si mwingine bali ni William Samoei Ruto, ambaye ni kinara wetu wa chama cha UDA. Kwa hivyo watu hapa ni shangwe na nderemo, kwa sababu waliomba, wengine walienda fasting, wengine pia walikuwa na matumaini makuu. Lakini kwa siku ya leo, hata venye tumeona kwa koti la upeo ambalo ni Supreme Court, tumeona masuala yale ambayo iliwasilishwa na watu wa Azimio ni masuala ya ambayo haikufikia, ambayo masuala ilikuwa ya uongo, ambayo masuala ilikuwa ya fitina, ilikuwa mambo mingi ambayo pia siku ya campaign kinara wetu pia alisema vile tu alisema sisi tuko na Mungu na wananchi, lakini wale walijigamba wakajipiga kiburi, wakasema tuko na deep state, sijui tuko na nini, tuko na.
Nataka nikukatiza hapo katikati.
Yes.
Tumeona kuwa baada ya uchaguzi Wakenya wamedumisha usalama, hususan pia sasa hivi. Je, unawahimiza nini Wakenya katika maeneo tofauti?
Kwanza kabisa hapa Kirogoya niliwaambia supporters wangu pia wa viongozi wengine baada ya uchaguzi na baada ya rais mteule kutangazwa yeye ni mshindi, tunashukuru Wakenya wote, hata wenye wako Kisumu, hata wenye wako Kibira. Hatukuwaona wakingoa reli, hawakuchoma manyumba, walidumisha amani, na tunaona kwanza Kenya mahali imefika ni mahali Kenya imekomaa, kwa sababu ile civic education yenye tulikuwa tunapea watu wakati wa campaign, tunawaambia regardless matokeo yapi, regardless ni Ruto atatangazwa kama mshindi ama ni huyo mwingine ambapo ni Ruto alitangazwa mshindi, tulikuwa tumeambia watu wadumishe amani, na kwa swala hilo tumeona kabisa watu wamedumisha amani, na viongozi wote especially wa supporters wetu wa chama chetu cha UDA waliweza kudumisha amani. Tuliweza kuambia tugojee matokeo ya Supreme Court, tugojee majaji 7 vile watafanya uamuzi, tukawaambia watulie na wakatulia, na tumeona kwamba wametulia mpaka hali siku ya leo.
Naam, sasa nataka tulegeze kamba, tutoke kwa wakazi twende kwa viongozi. Mmepewa mamlaka.
Yes.
Je, unawaambia nini ama wito wako ni nini kwa viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa sasa hivi?
Kwanza kabisa ni kushukuru wakaaji na pia wapiga kura kwa vile wametupea majukumu ya miaka 5 kuwashughulikia na kuweza kuwatetea masuala mbalimbali. So kwa niaba ya viongozi wengine, mimi naweza waambia tuko na majukumu makubwa, majukumu ambayo tuliweza kuambia wananchi wakati wa campaign. Tuliweza kupeana manifesto zetu, tuliweza kuambilia watu campaign promises mingi. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaambia viongozi wengine, tulishirikiane pamoja, umoja ni nguvu, tuweze kuletea wananchi maendeleo, tuweze kuwatetea katika bunge, tuweze pia kuleta manifesto ambayo ilikuwa chama chetu cha bottom up, kwa sababu hawa watu unaona hapa ni mahasla. Hii ni hustler nation. Tuweze kupeleka bottom up venye kiongozi kinara wetu ambaye ni rais wetu wa 5 vile alikuwa anasema kwamba tuweze kuinua uchumi. Sasa wakati huu kwa viongozi si masuala ya siasa, na wale walioshindwa wakubali kushindwa, kutoka MCA, kutoka MP kwenda senator, hata governor, hata twende president. Hata hiyo swala limetolewa na uamuzi Supreme Court. Ni vizuri mzee wetu Raila Odinga akubali matokeo ya Supreme Court, asiturudishe kwa ati, kwa sababu justice, vile wimbo wa taifa unaimba, justice be shield and defender. Kwa hivyo akubali matokeo ya Supreme, na pia ambie supporters wake waweke amani, kwa sababu sisi tuliweka amani kutoka hiyo wakati wakati IBC ilitangaza kwamba William Samoei ndiye rais. Na tena ni kushukuru IBC leo tumeona pia kwa Supreme Court majaji wamesema hizo zote zilikuwa fitina, kwamba wao hawakufanya uchaguzi wa haki. Sisi tunajua, tuliamka asubuhi tukapiga kura, pia sisi wananchi wakatupea majukumu la kuwa maofisini, na tena hivyo Supreme Court imesema kwamba the elections zilikuwa za uhuru na haki. Kwa hivyo hakukuwa na wizi hata kidogo. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru majaji kwa kufanya uamuzi huo. Asante.
Naam, mtazamaji, kama unavyoona, kama unavyosikia pia na kama unavyotazama, huyo ni mwakilishi wa wadi hapa katika eneo ama wadi ya Keregoya, ambaye akitupatia tu taswira yake kamili na hisia zake kuhusiana na ile uamuzi uliotolewa na mahakama ya upeo siku hii ya leo, ambapo umesema kuwa rais mteule William Ruto ndio atashikilia usukani. Wanasema kuwa samaki ama nyama yote imepikwa, sasa tunangoja kupakuliwa. Kwako studio, Ben Torenjwe.
Shukran Khalid Abdullahi akiwa county ya Kirinyaga. They are sampling some of the leaders. Actually, I sampled some of the responses from this current MCA there. And as you can see in your screen, is set. Those are live pictures from Karen. Yes, Mike Chest 1-2. We're expecting the president-elect to be to be giving his statement. And as you can see, Kenya Kwanza leaders, UDA, there we can see Musalia Mudavadi, Alfred Mutua, we see Kirinyaga County Governor Anne Waiguru also there. We are expecting that the president-elect will make his first major statement in regards to this apex court decisions. And also, as you can see, those are live pictures from the Nairobi CBD, right, my director? Yes, indeed, it is just Kenyans there at the Kencom bus station, and Kenyans there are waiting. There were big screens in various parts of the CBD there, and jubilant, some are continuing with their business after that decision. And those are live pictures now again from Karen, that is the resident of President-elect William Ruto there. Our leaders had gathered there and they were listening and keeping a keen eye on the happenings at the apex court. We do expect that a major announcement will be made. Leaders, as you can see, they are still streaming in just to congratulate the president-elect, who we expect to be sworn in as the 5th president on Tuesday the coming week. Ray?
There, and we have been having a view of the country, so to speak, in various strategic counties as well as towns there, to just look at what Kenyans have to say and what is the general mood. This was highly anticipated. Noon was a time that was slated to have the decision, and the decision has been rendered unanimously, so to speak, by the apex court that has upheld the election of William Ruto there as president-elect. Those are live pictures from Karen, where we expect that the president-elect William Ruto is going to be giving his address, the first after the delivery of the judgment in this petition. That this particular petition had 9 issues, among them the issue of interference, whether technology deployed by the IEBC in the elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency. All the 7 judges there unanimously making the decision and saying that all the 9 key issues, there was no substantive evidence to nullify the election. And such, we have William Ruto as the president-elect. And those are live pictures from Karen, where he's expected to take to the podium anytime from now to address leaders under the Kenya Kwanza coalition there, as you can see, as well as affiliate members who are already at the current residence, anticipating to hear from the president-elect William Ruto there. That's the residence. And we can see contingent of security apparatus already there. We can see GSU as well, some plainclothes police there, just trying to ensure that the stage and the area itself is secured, awaiting that particular address. We're also having leaders there, as you can see. We're zooming in on Kirinyaga Governor-elect there, as well as Ken Lusaka there. We're also having some members of the communication team under Kenya Kwanza there, led by former journalist Mohammed Hussein there. We're also seeing Alfred Mutua and ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi there among the Kenyans who are eagerly anticipating the first address there, so to speak, after the delivery of the judgment of the presidential petition after the August 9th polls. Earlier on, we were just having views from Kenyans across the country. We gave you a look of how things are looking at in Eldoret Town, Uasin Gishu County, as well as Nyeri there and Kirinyaga, and also just a sneak peek into activities down at Kencom area, the Central Business District, where we have our reporters who have been just keenly looking at how the country is looking at. Now we soon let's have a listen into what Kipnusu has for us there down from Eldoret, Uasin Gishu. Kipnusu, good afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, my colleague there at the Broadcasting House in Nairobi. Yes, indeed, I'm coming to you live from Uasin Gishu County, one of the counties where all eyes have been focused on. Bearing in mind, this is the home county of the president-elect William Samoei Arap Ruto. And residents here have been eagerly awaiting this proclamation from the 7-judge bench, and they have been here enduring heavy downpour, just watching a big screen mounted here in the CBD. And after the after the announcement from the 7-judge bench, of course, from the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, this particular place went into celebration. The residents here are excited, and it is actually on another level. As you can see behind me, a number of them are continuing with their celebrations. Of course, traditional songs from the Kalenjin community is the one renting the air, and joining me is a number of them just to tell us their views about the pronouncement from the 7-judge bench. Asante sana, karibia hapa, naona umevalia magwanda haya. Pengine tueleze kwanza unaitwa nani na mbona uko katika hali hii na umechukuliaje uamuzi uliotolewa na majaji wa mahakama ya upeo?
No, first of all, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Kevin Kosge. This is the region where I belong. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Uasin Gishu, nimezaliwa hapa. Kwanza mimi nina furaha zaidi, manake nina furaha kwa sababu nimeweza kupata president ambaye anatoka area hii. Ni furaha, ndio maana naona nimevalia hii kitu hapa. Hii kitu kwa Kikalenjin tunaita sinendeti. Hii ndio sisi mababu zetu ndio tuambia, hii ndio kitu za zile mahali kuna sherehe, mahali yani any ceremonial yenye inaendelea. Hii sisi kwa kwetu ndio maana unaona tunavalia hii kitu hii. Mimi kwanza nina furaha kabisa. Asante.
Pengine nipate mwanadada, pengine songea hapa karibu. Ruto ametangazwa kuwa rais mteule na uamuzi ule majaji umekuwa ukisubiriwa zaidi. Pengine matarajio yako ni yapi na unahisi kivipi baada ya tangazo hilo?
Kwa majina naitwa Masi Petition, mimi ni mkaaji hapa Uasin Gishu. Tuko na furaha tele. We just say congratulations to our president elect. Thank you.
Asante sana. Pengine kijana songe hapa, wewe vile vile umekuwa hapa, matarajio yako ni yapi wewe kama kijana? Maanake tunazungumzia kuhusiana na kutokuwepo kwa ajira miongoni mwa vijana.
First of all, my name is Jackson Maya. We are so happy by what the Supreme Court has just announced. Tunafurahia sana. We want to say congratulations to anaitwa Doyen William Samoei Ruto. Yeah.
There is another lady who has been praying all through when the 7-judge bench, of course, when the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court was making a number of issues regarding to the presidential petition. And I want to understand what was going on. Unaomba wakati ambapo zoezi hilo lilikuwa linaendelea. Pengine umehisi vipi na unaona kwamba wale majaji wameweza kutoa uamuzi ambao ni wa busara?
Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Pastor Rosti Mtai na ubiri taoni. Ombi langu lilikuwa naomba tu ya kwamba Mungu asituaibishe, atuinue kutoka kiwango kingine hata kingine. Maana tunajua kwamba Biblia nasema kwamba katika kitabu cha Isaia 54 mstari wake ni 17, kula silaha kinyume chetu haitafanikiwa. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba hakuna silaha kinyume chetu ya kupangwa atakayofanikiwa kwa maisha yetu. Maana sisi ni washindi na you are more than conquerors in the name of Jesus. Mbarikiwe na neema ya Mungu tutoshe. Amani, amani, amani ya Yesu.
Asante sana. Pengine una maoni vile kuhusiana na swala hili nini kipi ambacho unatarajia kwamba Ruto ataweza kufanya au matarajio yako kwa rais mteule William Ruto?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa David Mokuria. Naweza tarajia apunguze bei ya unga na mafuta. Sana hiyo ndio muhimu, kwa imeleta shida sana.
Pengine swala la ajira?
Ajira kwanza kwa sisi kama vijana kama sisi tumemaliza shule juzi. Tunataka ajira itokee. Kama mimi nimesomea agriculture, naweza penda agriculture.
Asante sana. Wa mwisho pengine mwanadada, unaona vile vile umevalia kijundi hapa, pengine ukiteremka hapa chini, wewe unahisi vipi? Na vile vile kwa mara ya kwanza wale majaji wameweza kutupilia mbali ile pendekezo ya wale ambao walikuwa wanapinga rufaa au kupinga uamuzi wa Kenya kuhusiana na William Ruto kuchaguliwa. Pengine unasema nini?
Niko na furaha sana. Kwa majina kwanza naitwa Eunice Bonai kutoka Moiben hapa Uasin Gishu. Niko na furaha sana kwa siku ya leo kwa sababu ni mara ya kwanza tukipata president amewania kitu for the first time na amepita. Kwa machache tunawashukuru, congratulations sana Martha Koome.
Asante. Wa mwisho?
Kwa majina naitwa Kipchirchir Evans. Mimi ni mkaaji hapa Eldoret. Nashukuru chaji kwa kutupatia president William Ruto. Niko na imani William Ruto atakuja kutusaidia sisi wakazi wa Eldoret, hasa sisi watu wa bodaboda.
tuko na imani naye sana kwa promise inakuwa tumepromise, tuko imani sana atakuja kutusaidia kwa hapa Eldoret.
Kwa sasa kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanataraji kwamba pengine Raila atatangazwa. Wito wako kwao ni nini hasa ikizingatiwa kwamba Wakenya waliweza kushiriki katika zoezi la uchaguzi, Ruto alipotangazwa wakawa na amani? Una swali hilo?
Mimi nawaambia watu wenye kwa side ya Raila wakuje pamoja tufanye kazi. Hii nchi ni yetu na hii nchi ya kila mtu, nchi yetu sisi wote.
Wito kwa watu wa Raila nawaambia karibuni Kenya Kwanza, tuunde serikali mpya pamoja na Kenya Kwanza. And kwa Raila, there is tomorrow, my leader.
There you have it, my colleague there at the broadcasting house. The excitement is immense. A number of them are having expectation that William Samoei Ruto, once he is sworn in on 13th of this month, he's going to deliver a number of issues. Of course, the bottom-up economic model that he promised the Kenyans all over the country, and of course also they are having confidence that William Ruto will address the issue of unemployment, and of course also the issue of the bleeding of the burden of the high debt in the country. A number of issues that actually was in the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza alliance led by William Samoei Ruto. And of course I'm told, and a number of places where I went, a number of schools were closed just to celebrate this win that was really expected. Remember, William Ruto garnered 272,868 votes here in Uasin Gishu County against his closest competitor, Raila Amolo Odinga, who garnered 76,009 votes. So it is celebration in Uasin Gishu County, as you can see, as you can hear behind me, and it seems this celebration is not going to be over. We'll be here painting a picture in Uasin Gishu County, the political bedrock of William Samoei Ruto. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to the studio in Nairobi.
Timothy Kipnusu for that particular update on what is happening in Eldoret town that happens to be Uasin Gishu County there. And as my colleague mentioned, that has been a bedrock for William Samoei Ruto there. Kenyans down there very ecstatic with the decision that the Apex Court just made in under 1 hour and a half ago there, upholding the election of William Samoei Ruto as president-elect. He's going to be sworn in after 7 days. That makes it September 13th. And we are going to be keeping tabs on that. We'll continue also to keeping tabs on various parts of the country, including the Central Business District there, where Hibak Said has been setting camp to just look at what is happening and as far as business is running, is operations underway in terms of public transport and such. And we're going to be bringing you up to speed with that. We are also monitoring what is happening at the current residence there, where we expect that for the first time after declaration there, or the verdict being read by none other than Chief Justice Martha Koome there, that upheld the election of William Ruto as the president-elect there. We expect that he's going to be addressing contingent of leaders that are already at his current residence there amid a heavy security presence. Now, we'd want to take you down to Siaya County, County 42 in Bondo, where we're joined by my colleague Wycliffe Okech to bring us up to speed with what is happening. Good afternoon, Wycliffe. What's the status report from Bondo?
Well, good afternoon to you, Regina Manyara, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Bondo Town in Siaya County. This is the hometown of Azimio La Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga, and we know that the verdict that has been waited with bated breath has actually been delivered this afternoon by the 7 bench judges that forms part of the Apex Court. And now we can confirm actually the president, the deputy president William Ruto is now the president-elect and will be sworn in on the 13th. And actually that has elicited quite some reactions across the country. We have seen celebrations in parts where William Ruto was actually very famous and popular. But then coming back down to the strongholds of Raila Odinga, we do know that this is the Siaya County, the home county of Raila Odinga, and we can expect that basically this is one of his political backyards and territories. And it hasn't been quite as similar scenario as witnessed in other areas of the other parts of the country, as my colleague Christine behind the camera is basically panning and showing you what the picture you are seeing on the screens right now is that it is all normal, and it's all normal, and people are just going about their businesses here. You can see the border riders are parked here waiting for customers to transport to various areas, and people are just going about their activities as usual. Actually, right now here there is just very little to celebrate, and it's not all gloomy though. People are just probably this is something expected. I have spoken with a number of them before coming on set here, and some of them they expected the ruling, but some of them this has come as a surprise. But before delving deeper into this, Regina, I have a few gentlemen here probably to talk to us and get to hear from them what did they expect from the ruling this afternoon, and what is it to them going forward. Brother, if you can just move here and face the camera here and tell us your names in full. And we had we saw the proceedings, or rather we followed the proceedings last week at the Apex Court, that the Supreme Court, both sides, of the divide, the petitioners and the respondents argued their case, and today the verdict has been delivered, and it hasn't gone the way probably you guys expected. Maybe you can just tell us your name and briefly, what did you expect, and how do you feel now?
I'm Wycliffe Ochieng. I'm a resident of Bondo. I never expected such a verdict from the Supreme Court, because based on the evidence of the Azimio la Umoja, we as supporters, we were convinced that this election was null and void. So what we are waiting for now is to get direction from our presidential candidate, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
And probably when I look around, I can see the normalcy. Just people are going about their businesses as usual. This is probably not the scenario maybe in a few electoral cycles. What has changed?
Nothing much have changed. If you are so keen, if you look at 2017, 2013, we supporters of Raila Odinga, what we do, we wait for him to speak to us. So whatever Raila will say, that is the direction we shall take. If he says, let us move on, it is okay. If he gives us another direction, that is it. And that is why you can see things are very normal. We are still waiting for him.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is your message to the rest of Kenyans?
What I want to tell Kenyans, let us now respect the opinion of the Supreme Court. But again, in the opinion of the public, we are not convinced based on the evidence that we saw live on our television sets. Thank you.
All right. Regina, I have a few more to interview and get the reactions regarding the verdict that was delivered. You can just come on set and look into the camera and tell us your name and what did you expect out from the ruling today, and has it gone according to your expectation?
Okay, thank you. My name is Joseph Oyamo. I'm a resident of this place, Bondo Town. Yes, having said that, today's ruling by the Supreme Court has actually come out as a surprise. Yes, as supporters of Azimio here in his very backyard, we were expecting that, he could win because people turned out and voted for him massively. But of course, the result that was released by the IBC was not convincing, and there was the case in the court that followed. And by the evidences that we saw the legal team producing before the court, they were kind of convincing. But now, as we have just seen, every petition that was placed before the court has been dismissed, and the result is out. Yeah, we just have to accept. Yeah, in as much as we may not agree, but we accept. Yeah.
As an individual, how are you going to treat this, and what message do you have for the rest of Kenyans, especially probably those that reside in these parts of the country?
Oh, as an individual, Kenya is bigger than myself. Yes, and the decision, once it has been made by the Apex Court, there's nothing much that I can do. As I've said, I've accepted, and I'll continue with my day-to-day activities, and even to other people who have been showing their full support to Raila Odinga, I would just like to urge you to resume to your daily activities. There's nothing much we can do. If at all there is anything, with this team will actually give us direction. I know he may talk today or tomorrow. Once he had talked, I think he will advise us. But as individuals, let us also make decisions that are helpful to us and to our country. Yes, let us not get into violence. Yeah.
As a resident of this region, probably, what do you expect from the regime that is coming in?
The regime that is coming in, of course, for a very long time, this region has been in opposition, and as a result, there has not been much development as compared to the areas that have been in government. So probably I will expect the same, but if something happens, maybe I can be proven wrong if you can see new developments. But as we can see, the place, as you compare with other places that leaders have been supporting the government, there's a substantial difference on development. Yeah, so I would expect the same, but maybe this one may be different. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ben Trenjue, those are some of the reactions from the residents of Bondo town, like you've heard from the two that I've just spoken with, is that they're mentioning that they will respect the decision of the court that has upheld the victory of William Ruto in the August 9th presidential election. And what they are calling upon is for the electorate here, or rather the residents of this region, to be specific to respect the decision of the court and work with the government of the day, actually, because the president of Kenya is a president of every Kenyan, of everybody within the Kenyan borders, and that has actually been the call from the residents that have been able to speak with in this region. Maybe something that I have to mention is the security situation in the county here, in this region rather. Before I came on set, actually I spoke with the Siaya County Police Commander regarding the security situation in the county, and he has assured me that, or rather, he has mentioned that up to now there is nothing actually to report about, that everything is normal, and that is visible. The background, like you can see, Ben Trenjue, this is just like another day to the residents of Kisumu here. There is no much excitement. There is not all that gloom, actually. It is just normal, and that reflects whatever you're seeing on the background. That reflects what has been happening actually in the larger Siaya County, which is the home county of Raila Odinga. The residents here are saying they will maintain peace. They will work with the government of the day, but then what they are calling upon the next regime is also to run an inclusive government. Well, I'll continue speaking with the rest of the residents and sample their views and reactions, and all that will come to our viewers exclusively in our next bulletin. So back to you, Ben.
Thank you, Wycliffe Okecha from Bondo there, and as you have seen, and as he has alluded to, is that no pomp, no color. Their residents continuing with their day-to-day activities and saying that let's respect the apex court. Of course, they do not agree with it, but let's respect that so that we may go on. Then from Bondo, let's now cross over here to the capital city, Nairobi, where Hibak Said has been keeping a keen eye since morning at the CBD, just to see how things are. Of course, earlier on, security had been beefed up. There was some screen mounted in various parts of the CBD. How are things now, Hibak?
Thank you, Ben Troy Njue. We are still here at the Central Business District, and just an update from when we last spoke. Now, people here have been waiting for 12 p.m. or 12 noon to hear what exactly the Supreme Court would say and what exactly the judgment would be. At around 1 p.m. when the judgment came out, people were in jubilation. Just a few minutes ago here at the Central Business District Archives, we saw a lot of people. They were gathered around. They were jubilation. They were jubilant. They were talking about how they're very happy with what has come. But the message that prevailed was peace. A lot of Kenyans just want peace. The businesses are continuing as they have been. And maybe we could just talk to you as a person who was supporting or in support of the president-elect. Mlikuja hapa, mkapiga mbwembwe, you guys had a lot of fun. What exactly was your feeling when you heard what the Supreme Court had to say?
Okay, kwanza kwa majina naitwa Kiprono James. Nataka nishukuru Bwana Chebukati, Martha Koome kwa ruling yenye leo wameifanya. And then nataka nishukuru tena wa Kenya vile wame keep peace. Kila kitu inaendelea na si wote ni mandugu na si wote ni ma sisters. So nataka niwaambie bwana rais elect William Ruto wasalimiane na Raila, waongee pamoja kinauru, si wote ni ndugu moja. Alafu Kenya iende mbele, na tena nishukuru wananchi kwa sababu wameiweka hii nchi iwe funzo kwa nchi zingine kwa amani ambao wameiweka. Asante sana.
Now, that is just one side of the coin, Ben Troy. You hear the people are they want peace, they want coordination, they want cooperation. And maybe for the Azimio side, they also had you had your own side, you had your own story, you wanted your own ruling. However, the ruling was the president-elect would be Ruto, or rather the president, or rather the elections would be upheld. What exactly were your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts, I think my name is Francis Kegadi. I was a Azimio party, and today is my bad day. Let me say my bad day or a good day, because sikuwa natarajia Martha Koome ata announce Ruto, but kwa sababu ana announce Ruto, mimi kama mfuasi wa baba nimesha kubali kushindwa, na nimesema baba tarehe kesho asubuhi nitakuja kwake pale Karen. Mimi mwenyewe nimetoka huko kijiji inaitwa Kingston, nitaenda kwake nimpeleke bodo, hata kama ni fair nimekubali kutoa fare yangu, tuende nyumbani pamoja juu asiyekubali kushindwa sio mshindani, na ninaomba wachikane mkono hivi tuende kama tujenge nchi pamoja. Asante sana KBC, Kenya ni moja.
That is the picture that Kenyans here at Nairobi are sending to you, Ben Troy, and are sending to other Kenyans. People want peace, people want cooperation, and they're okay with the judgment that has been made. Now, back to you in studio, Ben Troy.
Thank you so much, Hibak Said, there with two supporters, one of Azimio and the other happens to be a Kenya Kwanza, and they've talked about the handshake, and I think this is what we have been talking about as Kenyans. Let's wait for the Apex Court. The Apex Court has delivered its judgment, and now it's for us to embrace it and move forward. Look at the economy, the battered economy. Look at the high cost of living. Those are some of the issues that are affecting each and every Kenyan, despite your political divide. That was Nairobi CBD. We are keeping a keen eye on various parts of the country, and looking at your screen, what you're seeing is another venue that we are giving a keen eye, and we have been doing so the better part of the morning there. That is the Deputy President residence, where President-elect will be addressing Kenyans from. And as you have seen, is that we have seen that a lot of leaders have already gotten to that. We'll be crossing over there. But on your screen is my colleague Simon Achola, straight all the way from Kisumu. Achola, how has things been there?
Thank you very much, Ben Troy and Joey. Here in Kisumu, everything is a bit calm, much more than you would expect. Where I'm standing, I'm just standing next to Oginga Odinga Street. Now, 5 years ago, this was a beehive of activities on a day like this, when the Supreme Court had annulled the then presidential election. All residents had actually gathered along the streets and were celebrating. I remember very well that we were standing where we are actually standing, and we could barely move because of the number of people that actually poured on these streets in terms of celebration. But today, the situation is pretty much different from what we saw several years back. What we have seen today is that the locals are calm. cool and collected. They are going about their business. A number of businesses have actually been closed for obvious reasons. We have actually tried as much as we can to engage a number of locals here. We were in Kondele early in the morning and the better part of mid-morning. And what happened is that the locals there actually were very categorical with us and told us that they didn't want the media around that place because they felt that just the mere presence of the media in that place would actually attract huge or large crowds in that particular place, and that they had said might actually turn into chaos. So they wanted to have their peace of mind as they reflect on exactly what Supreme Court has actually delivered today. We have actually also gone to various bunge la wananchi, the small groups that actually gather around town to discuss political issues and of course current affairs in this particular CBD, and most of them have actually turned us away, and they are saying that they want to reflect on today's Supreme Court ruling, and most of them are also of the opinion that they want to maintain peace and order, and they wouldn't like a situation where people are actually gathering and they feel that probably too much gathering might actually flare up a situation. However, Ben Troy, enjoy where we are at now as I've said, we are along Oginga Odinga Street, and there are a number of boda riders who've actually gathered here and locals who would actually want to say one thing or two. We will try as much as we can so that then we keep it civil and we ensure that we are within the narrow and straight route of conversation. Niambie unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Collins Oluoch aka Wood Nyara Kingley.
Wood Nyara Kingley.
Kabisa.
Leo koti imetoa maamuzi yake. Wewe kama mkazi wa Kisumu, kwanza kabisa wewe umepokea vipi?
Kwa kwangu wenyewe mimi nimepokea hiyo ruling ya court, but ijanifurahisha vile. Juu kwanza nikianza vile petition ilienda kwa mbele ya jaji Martha Koome. Vile nilisikia akiangusha mapetitioners wote wa 6, akawangusa petition yao yote. Imeniambia eti Kenya yenyewe imekaa kani kucheza sabiki jackpot mbao. Yenye unaweka pesa 20 bob alafu unachagua top play na mashini ndio inakuchagulia mshindi. Hiyo kitu janifresha kenyewe. Kusema ukweli Kisumu naye tuko na amani. Juu hatutaki vita. Awali nimekuwa nikisema hata nikiambia watu wangu wa bodaboda wengine nikawaambia eti punda imechoka. Na ikichoka imechoka kabisa. Tutaendelea kufanya na rais mwenye amechaguliwa, na ningependa kumuomba huyo rais wetu William Ruto. Vile hata alisema awali sijui watu wa Kisumu kufanya kazi na yeye sijui nini. Atupilie hizo mbali na kuja tuletee maendeleo kwa yeye ndio amechaguliwa. Na hata Martha Koome alisema eti the Supreme Court is the final. Hakuna kitu yenye tunaweza fanya. Na yenyewe kama mimi kwangu hiyo matokeo hajaniridhisha kabisa.
Lakini umekubaliana nayo?
Nitafanya nini? Lazima nikubaliane nayo. Juu yeye ndio ametoa uamuzi yake. Na hakuna koti nyingine tena tunaweza enda. Na kitu yenye niudhi kabisa kusema tu kweli. Hakuna venye angesupport hata petitioner mmoja, aseme eti Julie Soweto petition yake ilikuwa sawa, lakini hiyo iwezi fanya tunalify election ya president elect, na ameanza na moja didn't reach our court nini suffrage. Ingine pia it didn't meet our court sijui nini vitu mingi akazitupa zote, hadi vyenye aliambiwa eti kuna Jose Kamago aliinterfere na system. Nimesikia akisema eti Jose Kamago alikuwa maintenance wa IBC portal. Sasa tunashindwa IBC ili employ Jose Kamago ama IBC pia ilikuwa na watu wake wenye walikuwa inafaa waifanye hiyo maintenance. Hiyo kitu ijanifurahisha kabisa.
Shukrani sana Morris. Kabla uende, Wood Nyara Kingley inamaanisha nini?
Wood Nyara Kingley ni jina ya pali mamangu amezaliwa hapo. Hata mkiwatch saa zingine TV mnaonanga nini tumbili nasumbuaga watu hapa nyuma ya Kodiaga prison. Sasa mamangu amezaliwa hapo.
Asante sana. Well, of course, humor, you'll never lack humor in this part of the country. We will talk to the next resident. Tualizo naitwa nani?
Yeah, man. Greetings. I am called Ronnie Bulwa. I go with the artist name Ronnie Clay.
Ronnie Clay, just give us your overview of or how you have actually received today's court ruling? And kindly, please, very quickly.
Yeah, man, you know, everything God created. What you have seen today, Almighty God created. So everything is all right. Everything is going to run cool. So, you know, the way you receive the message, everything going to run cool. Above all, we have the prophecies about Rastafari community. You know, in Rastafari community, we have the prophets. And what we are seeing right now had been prophesied before. Yeah, it's only that we don't have a place where we can reach media services earlier, but we have a project that is working on this.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you very much. Of course, those are his views, agreeing with what Supreme Court has actually ruled today, and says that the more important thing is for actually Kisumu residents to remain peaceful, even as they contemplate on or they absorbing what has actually been given out by the verdict that has actually been given out today by the Supreme Court. Utaongea ama niongee na mwingine?
Utaongea kwa Kiswahili.
Nieleze wewe unaitwa nani na maoni yako?
Mimi naitwa Samuel Otieno. Natoka Siaya County.
Samuel, tueleze leo mahakama ya Supreme Court imeshatoa uamuzi wake na bila shaka wameshikilia kwamba Ruto ndio alichaguliwa kama rais wa 5 wa nchi hii. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Mimi nasema hivi, hii Kenya yetu hii tumesafinyiwa sana mara mingi. Hatuna haki yetu. Hii haki yetu tunafinyiwa kabisa. Hata sasa hata Kisumu hatuna furaha. Watu wanajidanganya watu wana furaha, lakini hakuna furaha Kisumu kwa sababu tunajua baba tunachukua baba hajapata president.
Lakini muhimu sana tudumisha amani. Ni muhimu sana tudumisha amani.
Hakuna amani hapa Kisumu. Kesho mambo itaweza tokelezea. Leo ndio watu wanakuwa na amani, lakini kesho hatuwezi kujua vile kesi itakuwa.
Shukran sana. Of course, those are your views. We can actually just have a small talk about the same.
Okay, my name is Didan Obura. What I can say over the election is we just thank for all that has happened, but what we know that our vote never counts as Kenyans. Instead, we have a computerized system that chooses us, the leaders, as to what we have seen since the nullification of 2017, this time round, through everything that has occurred, through whatever everybody has seen. The whole world is seeing that things are not right. Even in the IBC system, we cannot have 3 officials of IBC giving us the presidential elect executive. So as we have nothing we can do at the moment, we just request that Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto, they just lead this country towards the right direction ili tuweze tukapata usaidizi kama Kenyans wote.
Jambo la kufurahisha ni kwamba wakazi wa Kisumu wamekuwa na amani sana. They've maintained peace even given the fact that of course, as you say, some do not agree with the ruling of the Supreme Court. Very important gesture has been the fact that most of the residents in this region have actually accepted the ruling and have maintained peace. Your call on residents from this region, is this the way to go so that then we maintain peace even as we forge forward, and even as our leaders actually think in terms of what next in terms of rearranging the political dynamics of this region so that then they can actually play in the big field again? Okay, so what I can say concerning that, I would beseech the Kisumu people to maintain the peace, because there is no reason as to why we would fight, destroy our things and the few properties we've made over a period of time because of maybe just a declaration, a computerized declaration. I think we just need to maintain our peace, work in our businesses, open up our businesses, we continue with the life as normal so that normalcy may continue. And we don't dispute working with William Ruto, because he is the president-elect. We just pray that everything goes well. It drops down his anger, his political anger, which is we have seen to be very dangerous,
the words that he's been throwing towards Odinga, towards the people supporting Odinga.
He just after he was actually declared president-elect,
Yep.
he came out strongly and said that he will be working with every Kenyan and he will ensure that regardless of whether you voted for him or not, he will actually be voting, he'll actually be willing to work with every leader in this country.
Yeah, okay. I saw that and we thank him for that. But in him, there is still some sort of anger. But we would like to just ask him politely that if he's the one who is going to work with us, let him just drop all the political differences. He's now an executive leader. He's the Kenyan president, not the president of Nairobi, not the president of Nakuru. He's the president of everybody. And we have just resorted to work with him. What will we do? No matter our political differences, we were the stronghold of the Azimio, or our Azimio candidate, who is Raila Amolo Odinga. Even him, he has this stronghold, which is in Nakuru. So there's no problem with us being the stronghold of Raila Amolo Odinga. Let us work together for the benefit of the whole country.
It's a very good place to end the conversation. We have another resident here who will actually tell us his opinion on exactly what happened today. Yes, you can.
Okay. Imekuwa ngumu kwangu sana kukubali kwa matokeo, lakini kama youth wa Kisumu nishakubali matokeo. Na ni funzo kwa Wakenya wote kuona kama Kisumu leo tayari lijachomwa. Vijana wamechoka, tunataka kazi iendelee. Tukubali matokeo, tuendelee na kazi. Message yangu za pitishia kwa rais wa sahi William Ruto. Sisi kama youth wa Kisumu mara mingi tumekuwa tukitoa ghasia na tumechoka na ghasia. Tumekubali kufanya kazi na yeye, akuje Kisumu tutembelee, asichukue ile hasira ya election mpaka wa leo ni kama ni hasira aweke roho yake. Sisi tumekubali kufanya naye kazi, tushakubali matokeo, na tukubali pia sisi mayouth tuandike tuache tuangaike hapa Kisumu kwa sisi hatukupiga kura. Tulipiga kura na tutafulie pia kazi kama si mayouth. Angalau hata vile ananiona kwa sahi na mpasia hii message. Tufutilie kazi bwana. Asituache kama inawezekana atume hata gari siku ya swearing in pia sisi tuende tunaangalia vile anakula kiapo na tumekaribisha matokeo vile nafanyika. Naomba hayo chochote mahali pa hako rais mtarajiwa ama rais kwa sahi tukumbuke kama si mayouth. Asa mimi nakuomba bwana hata kazi ya mkono nitafutilie. Nitashukuru sana.
Asante sana. We have another resident here who will actually also give us his views on today's ruling.
Definitely. Thank you so much. My name is Malaki Apudo. I'm a lecturer at Maseno University here. And I want to say that today the ruling and the verdict is out and we respect it. Of course, some of us have sentiments, we may not agree, but now that is the way and it's the final one. We just want to now ask our new president-elect, that is Dr. William Ruto, that the country is one and he has to lead us all equally, whichever way we voted. Of course, we would love him to come and visit Kisumu town. There has been a lot of rumors that Kisumu is always chaotic. As you can see, it's all peaceful. These are peace-loving Kenyans. And all we want is now just to see how the bottom-up economy is going to revive this economy.
They've actually proved so many people wrong that we indeed are a very peaceful county.
Definitely. People thought that Kisumu will be wild, there'll be bonfire everywhere. That has been totally dismissed. We are peaceful. All the shops are working. I'm just from an Airtel shop. I've been served well. All the things I was doing in town as usual has gone on well. So these issues of saying Kisumu is a bad place, like the other day the ambassador for America was saying, we want to dismiss that seriously. We are doing well. All we ask is just the Kenyans to move on peacefully. And there is always another time to fight it.
You've intimated the fact that President-elect Dr. William Ruto is actually welcome to Kisumu, which is quite positive. However, moving forward, what are some of the areas that we need to focus on so that then we can actually foster that relationship? Because at times, the politics of this country has been that if you are not supporting this side, you're seen as opposition. How then do we move forward so to ensure that we move together as a unit?
Definitely want to ask a new president-elect that the idea of the winner takes it all must not prevail. We just want to ask him that all of us are Kenyans and he should also focus on developing all the regions equally. We want equity for for all the economic resources in the country. Kisumu has so many industries which are closed, the Kikomis, the breweries. We want all those awaken up so that our youths can also work. Let us not have a situation whereby everything is taken to Rift Valley and elsewhere. We want to see our youth also on the forefront. And it comes to forming the new government. We want to see ministers from all regions of Kenya. We want to see how our former President Uhuru did it through a coalition. We must have some form of coalition because Kenya comprises of the 14 million plus voters. And you can see it was a close neck-to-neck competition. You can imagine the 6.9 million that I also feel they've lost it. We want to feel to be part of the economy.
Part of the economy. Yes. Just before I let you go, it would be unfair for me to allow you to go without asking you this question.
Yeah.
With the ruling of the Supreme Court, of course, the immediate repercussion is that Dr. William Ruto is the president-elect, right? Yes. His election is actually validated, right? Yeah. But when you look on the flip side, the political fortunes of Raila Amolo Odinga and, of course, the region, what does it mean?
Definitely, I would tell you that Raila Amolo Odinga still remains a hero in so many ways. For once, all these petitions that has been there since 2013, 2017, and now this one, Kenya is growing democratically. And I think without these petitions, we would be in a bad political situation. Now we have seen it. Even those who are going to vie next, they will be knowing that taking anything to the court may not mean you're going to win it again. We know where the court has also not treated as well. We all saw it. Very glaring evidence was put up from the court, and some of them have been wished away. Things like Jose Camago, even a class 2 can see that this was forgery. It was done live on IBC portal. We want to say that we just accept the decision of the court, but we do not definitely agree with it. So this is a lesson to those of us who are going to go into politics, that it is never all solved at the court. But we learn to now do our work well, even before we go to that court.
Probably the last question. Yeah. The last 3 presidential elections, there have been petitions in court. Yeah. We've not seen people being taken to task in terms of arrest or what have you. Is it time that probably the court would have actually been explicit in terms of trying to arrest these situations that actually continuously, each electioneering year, bring us to the same situation?
Yes, I would also say that there is a sentiment that most of us were expecting to see the chairman, Chebukati, taken to court straight away. But you can see after the court's verdict...
The commission is not just Chebukati. There are a number of people in there. So then of course, there's...
all this rot ought to have been punished, because when you tell us to take everything to the court and the court decides who the winner is, then other things are put under the carpet. That simply means we are moving on with some rot still going on. So this should have been cleared first. Then Kenyans would be happy, because definitely a lot has gone on wrong. We cannot say that the 4 commissioners, everything was just on the wrong side. So we would have expected the government to do something about this mistakes that were done by some commissioners and all that. So we would love to see improvement by making arrests. Just the same way there are corrupt individuals in this country who are never arrested. We just hear a lot of talks but no action. This time it should have started with the IBC, cleaning that rot first. That is the only way we would wish it. Otherwise, for Raila Amolo Odinga, he is still our hero, and we know that he always chants the way. Never think that Raila is defeated. He will come in another form. He is a metamorphosis. Raila will be back in action, and is going to form a very strong opposition. Remember the days of those hooligans who came there, Turu Magarians. We know he'll be keeping our president in check, and we are not sad about that. For our people who support Azimio, we know that aluta continua, and we shall still win in many situations. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. We have another lady, gracious lady here, who will also give us her views on exactly today's ruling. Mama, unaitwa nani?
My name is Lynette Omwaka. I work with Equity Afya Medical Center. First, I want to thank people of Kisumu. The maturity they have shown. I didn't believe this. They shown the maturity the day Chebukati misled the country. Again today, the Supreme Court has misled the country. They have accepted again. I appreciate the Kisumu residents. What I want to tell our elect president, Mr. William Ruto, I like his tactics, yes, but he must move closer to Raila Amolo Odinga, because the democratic he's enjoying today, it's Raila who fought for. So let him not distance himself from Ruto, from Raila Amolo Odinga. And I remember it's Raila Odinga who pulled him from somewhere to where he is today. So we want to thank him, to congratulate him, and we welcome him in Kisumu. Vitu lazima ziendelee. We have to move on. Yes.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Ben, those are...
Thank you so much, Achola Simon there. Apologies for that technical hitch, but he has sampled quite a number of resident sentiments in regards to how they have gotten the Supreme Court or the Apex Court decision, which has affirmed the election of William Ruto as President of the Republic of Kenya. And news just in is that IBC also will be holding a presser a little bit later at about 4 p.m. And of course, we will be headed there to know exactly what they have to talk about. And as you can see on your screen, from where the cameraman is, you can see that that is William Ruto's defense counsel, flanked by a lot of leaders there, led by senior counsel Fred Ngatia. I can see Katwa Kigen, I can see senior counsel Kioko Kilukumi, and a host of other lawyers and advocates who were assisting in the presidential petition. And of course, leaders elected on a Kenya Kwanza ticket, and also friends of the deputy president, who is now the president-elect. I can see former LSK president Nelson Habi was also contesting in the MP here in the capital, Nairobi. Right?
Well, as I said, we have heard so much, especially from Kisumu there, and as our colleague there, Simon Achola, put it, is that Kenyans down in Kisumu are rather peaceful, sites that are very different, rather divergent from what was expected and what was recorded in 2007, 2008, as well as 2017 there, just showing that the electorate has come of age. We have matured, that we're going to remain peaceful and let the various organs of the country continue making the decisions as required, rather by duty. Now, I want to rope in a constitutional lawyer as well as Gibson Gesore. In regard to what we have heard right now from residents in Kisumu, they are imploring President-elect William Ruto to work with them and for them. When they say work with them, they have been alluding to President-elect William Ruto actually working with Raila Amolo Odinga, who was their president of choice, their words, and now also bringing development, may it be infrastructure, security, down to Kisumu. How then? How do you think that the president-elect is going to work at marrying the views of the electorate in Kisumu, who happen also to be Kenyans, with vis-a-vis, his stand on matters politics, juggling the two?
I think, thank you, Regina, for that question. Kenya is one. Once the President-elect William Ruto has been confirmed by the court that indeed is the President-elect, we expect him to move away from now the local arena where he was dealing with the henchmen around him, and then move above and then be able to deal with all Kenyans. That's what I think I've gotten from Kisumu. The people are saying that much as that you've been elected president, we didn't elect you, that does not mean you neglect us. We expect also to be served as Kenyans because we live in this country, and I expect nothing less from the deputy president and the president-elect now, William Ruto, because Kenya is all one and the constitution we use is one. We expect that even if the people of Luo Nyanza voted overwhelmingly for Raila Amolo Odinga, who is now been found to have lost the election, it does not mean that he neglects those people. He will need to find people from that region whom he will work with. And I think there are quite a number of Kenyans from that side who are not fully supporting Baba or Raila Amolo Odinga. So he will pick among those people. He will make them part of his government so that they feel represented. That is one. There is also the aspect of him. Actually, somebody alluded to that he needs to go to Kisumu. It means they have agreed that indeed this thing is gone. We have been beaten. As Yakubali Kushindo sio mshindani, they have accepted that indeed we have to proceed on with life, and he's our president now. He should feel welcome to come to Kisumu and address us as he can go to any part of the country. And that shows, or that plays to the aspect that Kenyans have indeed matured. Kenyans voted. Kenyans have trusted the constitutional process, that is the courts. The decision has been given. Much as some of them do not agree, they still say, we have nothing to do. Now he's our president. Let him come and work for us. And that is, I think, very important.
Now, is this the end of the road of Raila Amolo Odinga? He's been termed as an enigma, an engineer, the one to watch, Baba. Is this the end of the road?
I don't think so. I think, Regina, you know Raila better than that, even if people are trying to pull the aspect of his age, Baba has been written off severally. This is a man who served sentence came out and tried to liberate Kenyans to get the Section 2A removed. And then again, he ran an election, lost, came, I think, distant fourth. And then we saw him rise again through funny means, come and join Moi, which was not expected. So you never see him coming, basically to say you never see Raila coming. So that is why I think even his people know that we are waiting for his direction, we're waiting for his signal. Whatever he tells us, we will do. So I'm sure he will sit down with these people and then they will be able to decide the way forward. In one way or another, after the BBI, we wrote him off and said, now he's finished. But then here he is.
From the shots that you are seeing, we're seeing the family of President-elect William Ruto. They're led by Nick Ruto as well as June Ruto, just trying to access the podium there. And in this podium, we have seen various leaders as well as part of the legal team that were defending the election there. That is his family there. Now we'll be referring to it after the swearing-in ceremony that is slated for 13th September. That is going to be the first family there. Nick Ruto leading his siblings there as well as a sister. And that is a fast family. So these are just direct signs that we are expecting any time from now to be hearing from William Ruto, President-elect. And this is after the Apex Court upheld his election there. Now, as we continue to wait to see if we're going to have that particular address from now, we were just looking at the ripple effect of this particular verdict and when it comes to the life and time of Raila Odinga there. And my guest in studio, that is Gibson Gesora, maintains that Raila is an enigma. We are not over and done with Raila. But now, let's talk about the issue and the role that we expect to see that the opposition is going to be playing. There's been a lot. What is your take, Gesora?
I think...
okay, what you can see that is Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua also accessing the podium there, trying to access the podium. He's flanked by the wife there. And these are just live scenes from current residents. Clear indication that we are about to get that speech. That is a man who has been credited with delivering, especially in Madeira, where he comes from, and he participated in the debate there and took Kenyans by storm there. There's a lot of misconception and perception in regard to his capability to actually hold fort on his own, but he took Kenya by storm, so to speak. So we have the Deputy President, elect, that is, Rigathi Gachagua, flanked by the wife there, just getting to the podium. Earlier on, we just saw the first family there, Nick Ruto as well as June Ruto there. Anytime from now, we expect to see, and there he is, man of the moment, President-elect William Ruto there, walking out, flanked by his wife, Rachel Ruto there. And in her official tweet, Rachel Ruto took time to congratulate the president-elect. And she said that indeed she's proud. of the steps that have been taken and that he has held steady. That is a man of the moment who has made history by being the first deputy president to succeed his boss at one attempt there, and following the judgment that has been delivered by the Apex Court this afternoon. They said that indeed he was duly elected as Kenya's fifth president, having garnered at least 7.17 million votes in the just concluded August elections. As you can see from his demeanor there, he's a man full of relief. He's a man who is happy. He's a man who is thanking even his, council there, that is Ngatia, who led a contingent of at least 50 plus legal minds to ensure that that particular declaration that was made by IBC, Wafula Chebukati chair there, he remains as is. Both Sholei there among the people who are congratulating or rather sending their felicitations to President-elect William Ruto. These are live scenes from the current residence there. A moment, let's have a listen in.